case there's another disaster. We're always needing them in here anyway.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna explore around. According to Allison, there's only 8 hit points worth of damage on this war machine. So
Okay.
it shouldn't take long. It shouldn't take long to fix that.
Well, I'm gonna read you that right now.
All right.
The Infernal War Machine is taking damage, but it has at least 1 hit point. The creature can spend 1 hour or more trying to patch the hole and replace damaged parts. The vehicle must be stationary. The creature must have the spare parts to make the necessary repairs. After 1 hour of repair work, the creature makes a DC 15 Dex check, adding their proficiency bonus check if they are proficient with tools, and used to make the repairs. If the check succeeds, the vehicle regains 2d4 plus 2 hit points. If the check fails, the vehicle regains no hit points. But the repair can be attempted again using the same replacement parts.
Okay, so we need to get some parts for this thing in case I need to patch it back up.
Yeah. And now you know, next time we defeat a war machine, we need to gather parts.
Yes. So I think we need to check here at the bazaar. And I think it might be good to have some parts in surplus just in case.
Yep.
So yeah, that's definitely a priority for me anyway.
Yep, that's why I suggest us looking into it.
Yep.
Upgrades and being able to keep it fixed, that's a priority for us here. Otherwise, exhaustion could kill us.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to make that my priority currently. But if you find anything cool you think I might be interested in, hell, holler at me.
So let's see if we can find parts for sale in the Wandering Emporium.
Yes, that's my priority right now.
All right.
Allison, what is the current hit point level?
Current hit point level is 200 for the war machine.
Okay, so we're down to 192.
That is correct. And then we, like I said, we found 27 harpoons to add to it.
Okay. I'm just going to keep the vehicle functional. And you said it's 200 hit points?
Mm-hmm.
Maximum?
And we got hit for 8, so I'm going to mark that down if you're going to keep track of that.
I'll keep track of the War Machine HP in my note section.
Okay, did you write down the 27 harpoons?
I will not track that.
All right, I'll hold on to that.
I'm just trying to keep the machine functional.
Okay.
We really need to compartmentalize that because one of us keeping track of all of it, there's going to be room for error there.
Do we have to replace the acid that we use, or does the war machine create that?
I believe it has a usage. Acid.
I know that when you use it, it takes time for it to build back up.
That one actually recharges. It recharges on a 5 or 6. So it's like a breath weapon for a dragon.
That's what I wanted to know, because that way we
So whoever generally drives that needs to write down. It recharges on, you roll a d6 and a 5 or 6, it recharges so it can be used again. Because if you
Also,
don't,
whoever else needs training on operating this thing, I will. We need to keep track of that as well.
I know I haven't been trained. Adam, you run the acid thing, right?
Yep, that's why I'm writing down the.
All right, I'll let you keep track of that. I'll keep track of the harpoons.
All right, so Andy, you want to inquire about spare parts?
Yes.
And,
Right.
and the
Where-
rest of us are
Where do
gonna
you
go-
want to inquire about this?
Well, didn't you say there was like a main tent that was kind of like the headquarters or something?
Mad Eye's tent?
Yeah, I was going to ask which tent, if any, would have War Machine parts and equipment.
Or we can go and browse.
So you go to the main tent and you knock on the tent pole at the front door. And this tall man in a turban answers the tent flap. He says, "Hello, Oliquia. What can I do for you?"
Yes, we have yet to see all the shops here. Is there one in particular that would have War Machine parts and equipment?
No, all our parts go towards our War Machine needs. You would have to find those elsewhere. If you're
Okay.
willing to sell any, we'll be glad to buy. And you did notice upon entering this camp, there is a very large ring of
Yeah.
war machines encircling the camp. I mean, one would assume that it's called the Wandering Emporium. They're probably loading up all their goods and tents and everything onto these flatbed war machines, and that's how they move around.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have struck out as far as parts, guys.
So let's
Down
quickly,
by rolling down by 8 hit points. It might be a good idea for us to liberate some from anybody who tries to attack us next time.
How much downtime would we have if we spent the night here?
we just did.
Yeah,
Yeah. We spent the night.
you've been here roughly 10 hours between eating and you're resting. You've been here for about 10 hours so far.
Okay. Then in the period of the long rest, I would have spent 2 hours reading my book.
Okay.
Same thing here. That's my downtime is always going to be until the book's done, reading the book.
So I say we just quickly peek into the rest of these tents, get it over with so we can get on our way. We don't know if that Titan's going to stay in the same spot forever.
Yep.
Taking that other spell instead. Locate creature.
I hope the Titan's sociable and can talk with us because I really don't want to try fighting a Titan.
I say we sneak up and act like a mosquito.
Would it really be fighting a Titan? Or would it be more like being tossed around?
Yeah.
All right.
If he wants to toss my salad,
All right. So,
goal to seduce Titan.
yeah, right?
No. So,
So you know that the small blue tent is the Infernal Rapture. It's where you get your dining services. And you've been to You've been
Purple
to
and orange.
Bernie the Barber. You know that there's one tent that seems to have fire salamanders walking around it, banging on an anvil. So that's presumably the forge. And you've also heard talk of it seems like a place that provides courier service and notaries. Who would need that down here? Who knows?
Well, contracts are kind of the bread and butter of devils.
You've also heard that there's a tent called Zenith's Larva Farm.
Larva.
Petting zoo.
Pretty much.
Your bugs.
Like a petting zoo.
But
Grow your own
they're
wasp.
souls, guys.
So does anybody have interest in any of those? If not, let's go.
No.
Not really.
We should probably get on our way.
Yeah, let's just get going.
Yep.
All right. Lock and load.
Yep.
And I stiffen up as I walk through the force field again. Because I know at one of these times, one of these memory lapses is going to make somebody not remember to pay something.
Would I do that?
Well,
All right. Looking at the map, how long can we guess this trip will be?
Roughly.
Give me a second. I gotta zoom out for it.
I know a lot of times a week around here could be a day, and so it's hard to judge, but
So you know it's gonna take you about 3 days to get there.
cool.
Okay. Nope. I'm going to who's gonna be learning to drive next?
I already started learning, so I might as well as work on it.
All right.
Also, I don't have anything I need to study while we drive.
Yep. So
But I do suggest that while Lo is teaching me to drive and you guys are reading your books, whoever's left be on top on watch so that we can get to our stations.
That's something I want to try to buy here. See if they have a spyglass in any of the shops.
You
We
gonna
just
go
left.
back in?
Nah, we already left. Never mind.
Yeah, we already left. We're I'll be on top to keep watch.
But write yourself a note on that so next time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know they're expensive in the PHB. They're only like 1,000 gold for a spyglass.
Oh yeah, because you have to. It's the lenses.
Yeah.
You're right.
You need a special kind of witch to make one of them.
All right.
Or one of those wizards who's specialized in optometry.
Hey, I can be for 10 minutes at a time.
All right, so to reduce the amount of rolling, I'm gonna break my rolls up into 6-hour blocks. Your first 6 hours travels by uneventful. All right, so you've gone about 12 hours and nothing uneventful's happened. You guys are keeping a watch on the horizon, making small course maneuvers to, well, I guess I should ask, if you guys see people or other vehicles in the distance, are you going to go towards them or avoid them?
What would you guys like to do?
We're only missing the 8 hit points. I would say for now, avoid them, because that way me and Tom can sit there and
If we
research
start
our book.
desperate for supplies and parts, then we'll start scavenging. I think
Yeah.
we should be all right for now.
So for now, we'll avoid. And when we start our next trek, I'm going to start looking for someplace with cover for us to park and camp for the night.
Why don't we just go on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah.
Instead of
Unless we see
everything.
I think what he's asking is if you see a cloud, like there's vehicles in the distance, you're going to go towards them or away from them because you don't know what they are yet. But once you're close enough to spot them, they're probably close enough to spot you. And if we see something different, we might approach, but
All right. Yeah.
it helps us for every case and gives us a description on every case. It's going to take forever.
Yep. So
Well, I'm not keeping watch. I'm reading my book.
same thing here. I'm sitting at my freaking acid splasher seat, leaning back, reading the book as we drive.
Yeah, I'm keeping watch. So
I guess the answer is we generally avoid unless we see something specific that keys our interest.
Okay.
mommy's weird. There's a fork and knife to eat my ribs.
I can't say anything. I just
So, you've been driving for about 12 hours, and Lo, you've been helping him. You've been teaching him how to drive, but you've also been noticing, since you're not in the driver's seat, that you're watching all the different gauges and everything, and you notice that something Chonka and Clonk probably didn't tell you, or the DM's just realizing. Fill in the gaps however you really wish to.
Okay.
You notice that some of the gauges are starting to run a little higher and hotter. maybe it's because of all the hours you've been driving it, but the War Machine's got 2 levels of exhaustion.
Ooh. That's not good.
Yeah, it looks like we may be. So I'm looking at little gauges, and we probably have a little red bar on one end of the gauge, and we're looking kind of like that might not be good.
Well, do we need to put
If I notice,
an extra
I would
salt point in?
say, if I notice what he's looking at and he tells me, I would say maybe it's like a human, but humans have their own little worker ants flowing through them. So maybe it needs to be worked on a regular basis.
Yeah, these look like they could be. Since I have since I'm a proficient tinker, would I have a theory that this could be bad and we need to slow down or stop for a little while?
So I mean, you get the impression that it's the hellish environment. You know, in your own plane of existence, you've seen small little clockwork toys, and every now and then dust gets in them and fouls them up. Or on a really cold night where frost happens, frost will get in and foul the gears. And sometimes it just takes
Yeah, I'll
work
see
on them.
what I can do. How
So
much is it?
you're pretty sure that
Where is it?
you're going to want to keep up on the repairs of your machine.
Check
Oh,
the
absolutely.
oil.
Do you have money
I
for
think
it?
we made a pit stop anyway. I mean, if we've been driving for 12 hours, then it should be about time to start settling down for a camp anyway. And I'll need extra time to check over the machine.
Mhm.
So I think we might.
Adam, hit mute.
Um,
I'm gonna try.
I
Hey,
mean,
what if we
we're-
try to feed?
playing right now, it's not going to be done until 6. But I mean, I'm
Adam.
basically on.
Hit me.
Just
Sorry.
sorry about it. My wife just called me, and so it can't wait till morning, or
All right, I muted him. I forgot I could mute someone. All right. Tom, what were you saying?
I was saying, would it help if we just fed this thing more soul coins?
It's more like mechanical wear and tear. It probably just needs some general maintenance, some cleaning out. Probably got some dust. You know.
Is it worth a try?
Well, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, it would add to the time that we need before we need another soul coin anyway.
I don't think we
Or could overheat it and make it the
I don't
problem.
think we put a soul coin in it since we started it.
That's true. We should be about due for one anyway. Let's go ahead and pop one in, see what happens.
Why don't we stop?
I mean, we've been tooling along for 12 hours. We should be about ready for a rest anyway.
I mean, I'm assuming we're stopped right now anyway.
Yeah.
So,
well, I guess
Why don't we do both? We're stopping, so why don't you clean out the machine, get it
All
back?
right. So, Andy, you reach into the chest and you pull out a soul coin and put it in the slot. And when you do, you hear a loud scream coming from the tailpipes, the exhaust pipes. And you heard the same thing the first time you put a soul coin in. So you know that it's just the souls being devoured by the machinery. That's nothing odd. But all of the other gauges that have been warning you of the machine getting just exhausted are still showing in the yellow area.
Okay. Yeah. Extra fuel didn't seem to help. I think we're going to have to do some routine maintenance on this thing. Hey, Tom, how's your prestidigitation holding up?
I mean, I can unsoil it.
Well, if it's inside the gears and stuff, would that still work, I wonder?
Worth a shot.
Well, we don't want to strip any grease off of it that may be helping lubricate, though.
I don't know if I can separate grease from sand.
That's true. I think I'll have to go in manually.
That's okay. Well, he's working on the machine. I
yeah.
have something for the rest of us to do, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me go on with Andy first real quick. Andy, roll me. Are you proficient in tools?
Yes, I'm proficient with tinker tools.
So roll me a intelligence check with advantage.
Okay. Intelligence? Oh boy.
Does he get his proficiency bonus?
And your proficiency bonus.
Oh, that helps. Okay, so I have, oh, let me make my advantage roll. Okay, that's going to be a 17.
All right, so after about an hour of opening up various compartments, you find that some of the gears have accumulated some dirt inside the grease. So you take a cloth and you clear away the old grease and
Should have looked for oil of slipperiness.
you pump in some new grease, and then you go to the radiator and you notice it's a few pints low on water, and there's a water bucket there, not the cleanest of water, but it's what's used for the radiator, and you fill that up. And
we could use clean water for that. If you
But I
want.
don't know if we would need a full system flush. If we could put clean water in it, it may do better.
I mean, we do have the decanter of endless water now.
Ooh.
it's up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna crawl under it, pop the plug, and drain all the coolant out, all the water, and we'll refill it completely with clean water.
All right, so you pop the plug, and what looks like bloody water pours out the bottom, and you know it's just rusted water. You throw the plug back in, and you put the plug back in it, and sorry, Adam.
Yeah.
People were trying to
Not a
talk
problem. Not a
ahead.
problem. I should have muted myself. My wife called. She's freaking flipping out because she forgot to pay a phone bill, and she wants me to go pay because it's the middle of the night. I'm like, come on.
All right, so you remove the exhaustion points from the machine,
Both of them, or just one?
both of them,
Okay.
and that takes you roughly 2 hours to accomplish.
All right.
And
Thanks for your help, Tom.
while he's doing all that, Eric, what did you want to do?
I was going to gather the rest of the party and say, I need either Tom or Adam to summon an elemental into a magic circle, and then we must slay it to charge my ring so that I can have full access to its abilities.
Well,
No.
I only have the ability to summon an earth elemental, and that's from a stone.
I pull out a
He has
scroll.
he has the scroll. We have to read the scroll. I'll summon it, but I don't have the ability to make the circle.
I can make the circle. I need somebody to cast it, and then we need to take it out.
What kind of elemental is it?
It has to be a fire elemental.
You want to summon a fire elemental to fight.
Yes.
Great.
What do you
So
get?
you want to summon a fire elemental in hell to fight.
What do you say? No, say no.
Okay.
We don't have to do it. I'm just.
I mean, if this is what you guys want to do, I can figure stuff out, and tell you what, if you do that, what I'll do is I will shoot the shit out of it with some water.
I've got Cone of Cold now.
I've got the decanter of endless water, so we can just geyser like 60 gallons onto it every 6 seconds.
True.
Okay. And I believe by the spell's rating that you can choose the how to pick a weaker elemental. But at the same time, I don't know how it's going to affect here in hell. So if anybody has any worries about this, let me know before we do it.
I definitely have a lot of misgivings about this. I do not think this is a great idea, but if it's much better if I'm here helping than if you guys just decide to do it without me. So,
Well, the worst case scenario, I just grab a hold of it and control it with my fire elemental control.
I don't know if that is actually the worst case scenario.
Everybody stop attacking it. Stop. All right. Well, are we doing it?
Go ahead and do you have to be in the circle to make the circle?
No, I make the circle. We'll be on the outside, and we'll put the elemental inside so it can't get out.
Okay, when you do that, I want everybody on the outside of the circle, wherever the circle is. And I'm going to cast Wall of Thorns around the circle.
Okay, and I'll have my Warhammer out just in case.
Now, bear in mind, this is happening while I'm working on the machine, so I might not be available.
I know.
Yeah,
If
We're
you
not
if you
going
cast Wall of Thorns around it, we won't be able to attack it and kill it.
well, as it tries to come through the Wall of Thorns, it's going to take damage.
Water should be able to get through the wall of thorns, should it
As
not?
it comes through, we should be able to shoot it with water.
And I've got my Warhammer ready, so
Well,
I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't, and we'll just let this thing be able to go wherever it wants.
No, it can't leave the circle. That's the thing.
It can't leave the circle.
The
If you
circle,
get-
yeah, it's like a protection from evil, but in a circle, and it makes it so the creature can't willingly enter, or well, if I can reverse it so the creature can't willingly leave the circle.
okay.
Okay. All right. Well, then
Let's do this.
All right. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop it's a 1 minute casting to do a circle, magic circle.
All right, give me 1 moment.
Hopefully this doesn't go wrong, but we'll see. I don't think anybody's tried a summoning spell and
You can't have chocolate.
White chocolate's technically.
Look, I don't care. I'll eat chocolate.
I know, we bought 200 truffles, don't ask. Lint had a Black Friday special, so we got 200 truffles. Which there's not that many now, of course, but
Oh, come on, we didn't eat that many.
I haven't eaten that many, no.
I haven't either.
so it is a 10-foot by 10-foot circle.
All right.
And it'll last for 1 hour. So if anybody has any preparation spells, they can do them. I suggest that we semicircle around one side of it so that if somebody does an area of effect spell, they don't have to put part of the party into it.
Like I'm gonna try to blast it with a cone of coal.
And Andy is working on the machine, so he might not be able to make it to us if it goes bad.
No, he won't. So, I mean, I've got my Warhammer ready.
If it goes bad, fall back towards me at the machine and maybe I can.
Nope.
All right, now where did you read about the magic circle you created?
It's a level 3 abjuration.
What book is it out of?
I'm looking. Player's Handbook, page 256.
Give me 1 second. Magic circle.
And when I do the circle, I would probably choose elementals and fiends just in case, because we're summoning inside of hell. So if it summons a fiend, it still works.
Ooh.
Okay.
It can make a charisma saving throw to teleport out if it has the ability.
Well, that's why I need you to focus on lesser fire elemental.
So rather just do it and be the dick. I'm going to say your character would know this. You're the ones that are supposed to be in the circle.
No, read the bottom. When you cast a spell, you can elect to cause its magic to operate in the reverse direction, preventing a creature of the specified type from leaving the cylinder and protecting targets inside it.
You're right. It's on a separate page.
Oh.
That part of the writing's on 257.
Oh, it didn't tell me that. I apologize.
No, it's fine. Okay. All right. And what level are you casting it at?
It's a 4th level spell, I think.
Third level.
3rd level.
You know what? I don't know if this decanter.
There's
was
third level abjuration.
Well, just to ensure its strength, I'll do it at the full 5th level.
That just adds 2 hours.
Instead of 1 hour, you'll have 3 hours.
Instead of the decanter, I'm just going to take 10 copper pieces and set them on the ground in front of me.
Okay, if anybody has any preparation spells, they can cast them, and then we'll do the fire elemental.
All right, let's do this.
Yep.
All right.
Anybody not have protection from fire?
Me.
Let me see.
2 people you asked to help. Neither one of us have protection from fire.
I just
I
have range
mean, I'm
protection.
really good on
Well,
the
you're-
saves.
I know when we asked who has
Oh, I'm resistant to fire.
right, there you go.
I'm sorry.
Adam, are you resistant to fire?
Nope.
I thought you were.
No, I'm resistant to cold.
Hold on, where is my protection from elements?
I ain't resistant to nothing.
Who's gonna be closer? I'm gonna say Tom, because Adam, you can step back and cast spells.
Oh, I can move way back and cast spells, but I want my first spell is gonna be
Right.
I've got to make sure I don't get the party in it, and that's my cone of cold.
So I give Tom a protection from energy, and that'll be my concentration spell. It'll give you resistance to fire. And I'm ready.
Yep.
All right, so the scroll you're using is Conjure Elemental?
Yes.
Actually, let me step back. I don't want to be right next to that thing within reach with what I'm about to do. So I'll be back. Oh, I got to turn on my annotations. Arrow. I'll be back here. And I got my let's see how many. I got my 10 copper pieces on the ground there.
All right.
All right, so Adam would cast it and then release concentration on it.
All right,
I'm
give me 1 minute.
everybody's ready. If everybody's ready, I'll step forward and do it.
Ready.
Ian's finding the fire elemental.
Yep.
If I even have one.
I've been
Yes,
thinking
put
about this for a while, and
No.
all of a sudden, when we're ready to do it, I'm almost scared.
You not just have like a big flame?
What's that?
I have like a big torch or a bonfire flame.
Oh yeah, we'd have to put one in there, don't we? I guess one of us would light a torch and throw it in there.
And just put a candle in the middle.
I'd rather use a torch, considering there's more uses for candles.
Yeah, but candle's a smaller flame.
I mean, if we got to kill this thing, I can.
Oh, the trick is I need to hit it before we kill it. Otherwise, it's a waste.
Well, then let me summon it, and then just let you do the first hit.
All right, so
Everybody hold initiative until Morn hits it.
Okay, got it.
I need Adam, since you're
Yep.
the one casting the spell, I need you to roll me a D100.
Woo. All right, fire. I'm gonna write my red dice. 37.
Yeah, that'll work. What in the fuckity fuck? So you begin casting your ritual, and you've never cast this spell before. But you feel the fire you feel hot as the spell starts coming to life inside of you. And you feel a pinching between your eyes. And for a moment, you're like, that's odd. And you know that the spell is twisting on you a little. And you see a puff of smoke start rising up in the middle of the circle he created. And the smoke starts turning into fire, and then a bonfire. And you watch as this large snake-like fire creature comes into being inside the circle. And he's holding a pitchfork in his hand. And he's hissing at you. And you see him try to spear through the confines of the circle.
Oh.
Kind of looks like John Leguizamo.
When I'm fully finished the ritual, I say to Morn, I hope that's what you were hoping for. And I'm gonna break concentration. Get your hit in quick so we can take it out.
Does it look like an elemental, or do I think it's a fiend?
Give me an Arcana check. Everyone can give me that Arcana check.
Oh yeah.
27.
So right off the bat, you see it spring into existence, and you've heard of these types of creatures from the plane of fire. This is considered an elemental. He is called a salamander, and he is from the plane of fire. He is considered an elemental.
Nice. The salamanders, they're pretty nasty, aren't they?
He's as powerful as a fire elemental, just
Different abilities.
different abilities.
Okay.
Well,
So you want us all to roll for initiative, or?
Give me 1 minute. If we're gonna fight it, yes.
Yes, that's.
We're all waiting for Morn to run up and hit it.
Yeah.
well, we still got to roll the initiative and then hold it.
I don't have to run up. I'm going to hit it with a spell. I just have to be part of the defeating. So, like, if everybody jumped ahead of me and it died before I hit it once, damn.
All right. So Maureen, you will get your free action because you declared your intent. Everyone roll me initiative. Just so I can start the encounter in beyond.
Alrighty,
Low.
working on it.
You're working on the
I have
machine.
an initiative of 5.
There you go. Orin.
Initiative 14.
I can't even get it. I can't even roll a 5 for initiative. I got a 22 for mine.
Illyria.
That's gonna be a 19.
Io?
15.
All right, so Morn, Io drops his concentration, releasing the beast, and you watch as he just starts going crazy in the circle.
All right.
And he looks like he's pretty focused on Io.
Well, I'm about to take that focus for a minute. Cone of Cold. He gets a Constitution save, DC 16, or takes, damn, that sucks, 36 points of damage. That's like completely average, isn't it?
Let me use my fire dice for this. Rolled a 16 plus 2, that's 18.
All right, so that's half. He would take 18 points of damage.
Oh, he's pissed.
18 points of cold damage.
Oh, so he's vulnerable to that. So that's 32, right?
36.
36. Oh, yeah, he's pissed.
Wait until he gets blessed with my cone of cold neck.
Now, there's a question. Do I notice that?
Yes.
Okay,
Only do you
my
notice.
reaction to call out, it's weak against cold.
Not only would you have noticed, because you rolled so high on your arcane, you're pretty knowledgeable that creatures from the plane of fire are susceptible to cold damage.
Some of them, I believe some of them are immune to cold because they have so much fire.
Yeah.
That's the ruler ones though.
But I call out, it's weak against cold.
All right, that's going to bring up Tom.
Well, I don't have anything that's cold damage. So I'm just going to cast Animate Objects on the 10 coins that are in front of me. And that's 10 tiny objects. And they're going to fly over and strike him 10 times. Once each.
All right.
I have to roll to hit for each one. It's a +8 to hit. So,
I'm
21.
looking up the damage for it.
It's 1d4 + 4.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll all the hits and then I'll roll all the damage
All right.
just to save time. So the first attack was a 21 to hit.
Hit.
Second attack is a 25 to hit.
Hit.
Third attack is a 10 to hit.
Miss.
Fourth attack is a 9 to hit.
Miss.
Fifth attack is a 25 to hit.
Hit.
An 11 to hit.
Miss.
A 24 to hit.
Hit.
And I think one more. That's a 25 to hit.
Hit. So 5 hit.
All right. So that's 3. 6, and 11. Well, 13 plus 20, so 33 damage.
All right.
And that's all magical damage, I believe,
Gotcha.
for the purposes of resistances.
All right. The roll to get out of the circle is a charisma base, you said?
Yep. That's what I read.
If it has a teleport,
It can't just walk through it, it has to teleport. It can cast a teleport or something like that if it has it in its repertoire.
And otherwise it can't attack out of it.
It can attack out of it, it just takes disadvantage.
if it can reach, yeah, if it has any kind of range attack, probably. Hold on, I'm pulling up the spell just to make sure. I'm going to be resilient about this stuff, considering I messed up
It
last
said,
time.
what I read was it said that it can attack out, it just has disadvantage, just like if it was trying to attack into the sphere.
All right. So Morin, he's gonna attack you with his spear, or he's going to try to.
Yes, I'm working on the machine.
He's out actually working on the machine. More. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Low.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Never mind.
Looks like Lo joined us.
Yeah, I'm.
With disadvantage, I rolled a 17 and an 8. So 8 plus 7 is going to be a 15 to hit.
That would semi-hit, but I would use my reaction to cast shield,
All right.
which would make me at armor class 20 until the end of the round.
All right. With disadvantage, his tail comes swinging through the. That's a 10-foot reach, yeah. That's a 7 and an 18, so that would be a 14 to hit.
That would be a miss.
All right. That's going to bring up Illyria.
Okay. We have to kill this Morn.
Yes.
Okay. So I can't just banish it. Okay. I'm going to do guiding bolt at 3rd level.
All
That's
right.
gonna be 24 to hit.
24 hits. Roll damage.
All right. Don't move. Go away. 23 points of radiant damage.
All right. So you fire your bolt into the creature, and it explodes in a moat of fire and flames and wisps.
Just out of curiosity, by slaying it, we charge my ring. Is there any visual effect on that? Or does it just happen?
What ring is it?
It's a ring of elemental control or elemental command.
Hold
It
on.
says on the bottom, if you slay a fire elemental while attuned to the ring, you gain access to the following additional properties. Or if you help slay a fire elemental.
Oh, man.
What's up?
I hate logic and reasons. What's up? I'm going to give you an on-screen roll. Pick high or low.
High, I guess.
And I'll explain what's happening in a moment. All right. $30. So what happens is you've got your ring on and
Mhm.
you're pointing it at the elemental waiting. And as Illyria shoots into the magic circle and it erupts into a moat of dissipating fires, you watch as your ring creates like a little vortex, and the motes of evaporating fire and dust fly towards your ring, and they hit the shield, the magical circle, and dissipate.
Oh, wonderful. I love extra effects that don't say, all right, whatever.
I don't. I'm trying to.
I know. I just it's the same thing I was saying earlier. Everybody looks at things differently, and the DM rules. So if that's the ruling, that's the ruling. The only thing I guess I could say to fight that a little bit would be circle.
So, because
Hold
you're,
on.
I'll say this, because you're standing right next to the circle, you get your fist and the ring on the inside of the circle and suck
Yeah.
it up.
Well, the other thing I was going to say is it can't willingly. It's not willing. This is a force action.
That's true too. I'm just trying to.
I know you try to put a mode of reality, and sometimes there's nothing wrong with that. Every DM is going to rub his party the wrong way from time to time. And,
Oh yeah.
And the party needs to, when they don't agree with something, suck it up. But
Well,
thank you for your
you
willingness. Yeah.
you kind of gave it a back around that it can't willingly leave the circle, but if you're pulling it through the circle with your ring and you cast the spell of the circle.
But that's awesome. I turn around, point at the ring, and say, thank you all. Let's get some rest.
Yeah.
By that
Right.
time, I think I've got the war machine ready to go. If you want to put the parking brake in place, we can take turns doing a watch.
No, if we're inside the machine, we don't have to have the parking brake on. That's only when we leave the machine.
If somebody can sneak in and take off with it, and we don't know if the portal or if the Lehman's Tiny Hut will go with it.
No, we should have somebody that's not in the hut.
Yeah.
Well, haven't you guys already cast the hut while you were driving it?
No, we said we were going to, and then we backed out of it because everybody was afraid of what could happen.
I thought we had already done it and concluded it
No.
travels with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We traveled last time with it.
Either way,
Yeah.
Tiny Hut, and then I would alarm it, and we still take watches.
Put a low jack on it.
Yep.
Yeah, the main reason I'm thinking about going ahead and doing watches anyway, because even though they can't steal the war machine, if somebody was to roll up, they could steal parts off of it.
Yep.
And yeah, that could be problematic.
Yeah.
Especially
So-
after I got them spending all this time working on it.
All right, so let's set some watches, get some rest in, read some more, and
Just keep an eye out for him.
Okay.
Chappy chased her all over.
All right.
I'll take first watch.
And I guess I'll take last watch.
I'll watch.
Whatever you need.
But I'm going to be reading while I watch.
Yep.
All right. Who's on the first watch?
I am.
All right. Your watch goes by uneventful. Who's taking second?
I'll take.
Okay. Yeah. Io and I will take second.
Yeah. We
We're
can.
both, since we're both reading, we'll both like look up every now and then.
Well, we also got to read and we got to practice what we read so we can practice the shit with each other.
Okay. Your watch goes by uneventful. Who's got third?
How many watches we have? I took the last.
There's 4, so Andy would have to have the next one.
Andy, yours is uneventful.
Okay.
And the last one is uneventful.
All right.
All right.
I got my charges back. All right. I wake up the party and eat some rations.
All right.
All right. I guess we'll continue on. Who's up for their training session now?
Still me unless I have succeeded at it.
Basically, Morn's going to keep at it until he becomes proficient.
Maureen, you're proficient. You went for a whole day driving it.
Okay. So I would step down and let somebody else take my place.
If people are busy reading, I can just drive for now if you need me to.
Well, Allie can jump on. She's not reading.
Allie,
Yes.
you want to train to operate this beast?
Yes. I will do that.
All right, come on down.
Are you clean?
I got a little grease and radiator coolant on me, but aside from that, I
Okay,
guess.
Lowe's on his stinky self. Okay.
Give me just a minute and I fart real good.
Do I hear that fart?
Yeah. Oh, something tells me you probably would.
If I can hear that fart, you just hear me go prestidigitation.
Thank you.
You hear me yell, son of a bitch!
You feel your ass as clean as if you had a tushy. I don't know if you guys have seen those, but they're like attachable bidets.
I was actually thinking about getting one.
Yeah, I mean, seems like a nice idea.
Yeah.
No.
Or just get one of those fancy Japanese toilets.
Yeah. Those things even got heated seats.
And like bird calls.
Yeah.
Are you driving the Tormentor or the Grinder?
We're running the grinder.
Okay.
Are we?
Yeah, that's the base line for it anyway.
I thought we had the biggest one.
That is the demon grinder.
Okay.
All right.
With its original head, it chews up anything it runs into.
So Allie's in the driver's seat, and for the first 4 hours, right off the bat, Allie, I need you to roll me a d20, please.
Oh,
Always when you get the rookies in the seat.
He doesn't spot the chasm.
That's going to be a 5.
oh crap.
But all of a sudden, So
So right now, Lowe's going, wait.
as soon as the woman starts driving,
Allie,
Damn,
as
female
you're-
drivers.
as you're driving, you're laying down on the accelerator. I mean, you're going a good 200 feet per turn. You're booking.
Yeah, that's my usual driving.
Then you feel it. You feel everything lurch forward as you hear a loud boom, and the whole machine shakes, and it starts like creeping and crawling at a third of its speed. Andy, you think right off the bat, actually roll me a intelligence score with your modifiers and your proficiencies.
Okay.
I'm going to let you do this without even searching for the problem.
I think we forgot to disengage the immovable rod.
No, we wouldn't have gotten that far otherwise.
Unless it broke out and is still sitting back there and we ripped the ass end out of the machine.
It happened in her first roll, so it could be right at the beginning.
And
Yeah.
plus proficiency modifier, I have a 15.
All right. So you think from the sound of the explosion and you heard a faint crying in the background of the explosion, as though the soul furnace may have exploded. And it's got a hole in it, which is only going to produce 30% of normal power, and you're leaking souls.
Oh, hell.
You
Does
also
anybody have
you
some sort
also
of,
know that to fix this type of issue while the machine is in motion is going to cause you to have disadvantage doing it.
well, I don't have any parts either. Yeah, it looks like we blowed the, I guess the reactor, for lack of a
hold on,
better term.
we have the other war machine. Can we take parts off of it?
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
Andy, roll me an insight.
Inside. Okay. $16.
So you go over to the Devil's Ride,
Mm-hmm.
and you start looking around at it, and you run back over to the soul furnace, and it looks as though it's not a perfect fit, but you could probably steal a few plates from the hell furnace to patch the rupture in the soul furnace of the demon grinder.
Okay. All right, bring us to a stop. I think we can do something here.
Okay, I bring it to a stop.
All right. Andy, I need you to roll me a strength check.
Just a
With
check.
With your tools proficiency added in.
Okay. Plus proficiency, that makes it a 28.
All right. So yeah, I mean, you're sitting there hammering rivets, and roll a d4 for me.
D4.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's a 4. Sweet.
So it's going to take you about 4 hours of popping
Okay.
rivets off the Devil's Ride and stripping the plates you need off of it. And then you have to go over and heat the rivets up, blah, 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 blah. You've also lost about 10 hours worth of souls from the furnace.
All right, guys,
You're able to fix it.
the small machine is now inoperative. We might be better off selling it for parts at the next opportunity. I've managed to scavenge the stuff. We are back operational, but we leaked a lot of fuel. That's what I'm referring to it as, because I really ain't got the heart to call it what it is.
We're leaking a lot of grandmas.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So 8 hours of the day has gone by. Allie jumps back in the cockpit and starts driving. Next 4 hours goes by uneventful. Next 4 hours goes by uneventful. We're now at 12 hours. And
Time for rest and maintenance.
Allie, he taught you how to watch gauges and everything. You see that the machine is starting to get up into the higher end of the green gauge area. It's not quite yellow or red. Give the machine one level of exhaustion, please.
Okay. Wish there was a better way to keep track of this.
Well, I'm gonna ask him, like, what are we supposed to do about this?
Well, we can either stop now and clean out the crap in it, or we can wait till it gets a second level.
Is there a way to clean this, keep the stuff from getting in there?
I haven't figured anything out yet. We may need to have a meeting about it. See if they have
So,
brainstorm
Andy,
session. Yes.
I'm going to read you directly from the book
Okay.
because you've been taught by Chonk and Clonk about these machines.
Yes.
The harsh conditions of the Nine Hells causes the infernal war machine to stop functioning properly. Or rather, the harsh conditions of the Nine Hells can cause the infernal war machine to stop functioning properly until they eventually break down. Such wear and tear can be represented by using exhaustion, meaning
Okay.
the machines are like humans. It's just the environment. There's nothing you're gonna.
It's inevitable, basically. It's going to happen.
Okay.
So we can either stop now and repair it.
Hey, we've gone for 12 hours. Let's stop now. It's
Yeah.
to keep the whole.
We lost
party
weight of that. It was
You know it's gonna take another 12 hours to get where you're going.
Yeah. Well, also too, we lost 8, of which it wasn't running. So I think we could push it a little further if you want, but it's going to take the same amount of time to clean it up anyway.
Right.
But if we're at the 12-hour mark and y'all feel we need a pit stop, I'm kosher with it.
Honestly, I vote we stop, but if anybody feels we need to, we can go.
How long did the repairs take?
We lost 8 hours on the repairs. We
Okay.
lost 10 hours worth of fuel.
You lost.
No. I'm talking about like actual time. Like how long did it take for you to do that?
4 hours.
Okay, then that means that I am finished reading my book.
Okay.
Mhm.
So it should turn into stone, and I get +2 to my charisma.
All right.
Cool. I've been reading mine right along with him.
Cool. All right.
I may be a little ahead of you, Adam, just because I read during your tattoo.
Yep. So I'd have probably another 4 hours to read.
Now, yeah, if I think you might only have like three or four. Yeah, not much.
All right. We could probably accelerate the process of cleaning this thing out if I could teach y'all where to clean, and we could all tackle it together. or at least some of us, not all of us. We need somebody to keep a watch in case we get attacked while cleaning.
So let's learn to clean with you in shifts.
All right.
So basically what you're gonna do, Andy, is teach them basically what Chonka and Clonk taught you.
Yes.
So who is going to help Andy clear the exhaustion?
Nope.
Allie, you want to crawl in the grease?
I'll be one of them. Adam still needs to read.
Yep.
And I
Once
don't
I'm
know,
done reading,
like I said, hey, Tom,
Yeah.
since I'm reapplying the grease onto the gears and stuff because we're having to clean the old grease off, I think prestidigitation would work because I'll add the grease back afterwards.
Okay.
So you
I
can
can
hit
do
with that.
Yeah, I'll pressure wash the gears then.
And I'll re-grease.
Okay. So you open up the gearbox and the grease looks good. Give me a intelligence check with your proficiency bonus for tools.
Okay. Oh, my thing froze up. Don't know why it keeps doing that.
With advantage.
Okay, so what kind of check again? I'm sorry. I had to reload it because it froze up on me.
Intelligence with advantage and your proficiency bonus.
All right. Rolling for advantage. Oh, hell yeah. And proficiency bonus, that's a 25.
All right. So you're looking around for the cause of the wear and tear. And everything inside looks good. You jump outside and you're looking at the tires, and you notice that the tires are a little worn. So you pull out your sword and you start deepening the grooves in the tires, and it looks good. You can clear that point of exhaustion from it.
Okay, so there's other things besides the gears. Good to know.
Yeah, but whoever was with you, Allie and Tom, they've got the idea of the parts to check for exhaustion and wear and tear.
Let's go ahead and check the radiator, see, because if it's low in water before, then it's leaking at someplace.
No, you check the radiator and it looks fine.
All right. So we can either bed down for the night here, or we can try to press on. It's up to y'all if y'all feel like it.
How about this? How about we go we're supposed to get there tomorrow after about 12 hours. So why don't we try to press on another 6?
Yeah, that way we'll be halfway through the day and
We'll
not
be halfway rested.
Yeah, I like that.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. Allie, you staying in the driver's seat?
Yeah.
How's our fuel looking so far? Do we need to add another coin, or are we hanging on?
How many hours does each coin give you? 72, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, we should be pretty good then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand on the top and just keep a watch.
Yeah, keep an eye on the horizon, guys.
All right.
Now that I'm done reading.
Do you see my album?
No.
All right.
Since you're going to be only traveling 6 hours, I'm going to break this down into 2 rolls of 3 hours. Your first 3 hours goes by uneventful. Allie, roll me a d20, please.
Uh-oh.
No.
Well, Chris, just FYI, my passive perception is now 21.
That's
Okay.
a freaking 5 again.
All right. So, Allie, from being behind the wheel now for 18 hours, her eyes are getting a little hazed over. And
I've been there 18 hours.
she's just not paying close attention to the gauges. And she's laying it down, laying that accelerator all the way to the ground, pumping along. And she doesn't watch as the engine pressure starts building and building, and you hear a loud explosion come from the back compartment area. And you hear the faint whines of souls as
That's
your
like a reoccurring problem.
soul furnace explodes.
Maybe we need to lay off the accelerator.
Yes.
Well, for that roll, I actually rolled with disadvantage because she was going into her 15th, 16th, and 17th hour behind the wheel. I mean, that's a lot.
Oh, I didn't know it'd been that long. I thought when he was working on it, I was.
And then we decided to keep going.
Well, that's why I said, Allie, are you staying behind the wheel? I wanted to know who was going to take the next 6 hours because you had just driven 12 hours.
Well, I ain't driving no more than.
Hey, as an over-the-road trucker, I'll tell you, we're only legally allowed to drive 11. They know the effects of the human body getting tired of staring at the road.
Well, yeah.
There's not even a road to focus on here.
No.
All
All right, I blew it up.
The machine's creeping. Andy, give me an insight check.
All right. Insight.
Yeah.
Okay. $18.
Huh?
I have an 18.
All right. So you're pretty sure you can harvest the last of the soul furnace from the Devil's Ride to complete the repairs necessary.
So now the question is, if we see devil machines in the distance, do we need to approach to try to barter?
Basically, another catastrophic failure will leave us creeping along, and we'll be burning basically 10 times the amount of souls needed per hour. Basically, our speed is reduced to what, 1/3?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm not driving anymore.
All right.
I'm gonna go rest.
Yeah, if we get the opportunity, we need to scavenge for parts, raid for parts, whatever.
All right.
We will not be able to come back from another catastrophic failure without parts.
Well,
There she is.
All right.
Repair.
So
Oh, sorry.
Andy, roll me a strength check, adding in your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get her in.
Going. Adding proficiency bonus, that makes it a 19.
All right. So you're hammering rivets again. Roll me a d4.
2.
All right. So as you just did this same procedure the previous day, it's still fresh in your mind what needed to be done, with which expedited it by half roughly. So it only took you 2 hours to complete the necessary repairs.
all right.
That, and I'm sure Tom and Morin, who were your students in the basic general repair, were aiding you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this has happened twice. We know what the sound is now. We know what the problem will be.
I'm not driving.
The next thing we need to watch out for is now we are officially out of parts. That Devil's Ride that we had is stripped clean at this point.
Well, I would roll that back just a tad and say you've completely stripped the soul furnace off of the Devil's Ride. There's other viable parts from it.
Yeah, so as far as the furnace is concerned, that's all she wrote for that Devil's Ride.
All right.
Well, can I go down and take a short rest?
Yeah. You've
Actually,
you've all been awake now for 16 hours, so.
So yeah,
I think we're going to lock down right here and
Yeah, I'll cast the hut.
All right, I'm gonna take me a long rest then.
all right.
Okay.
All right,
I want to take last watch again,
I'll take first watch.
and I
I'll
have
plug
something,
wherever I'm needed.
I have something special that I'm going to do on my watch.
All right, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to pop out my familiar and send it flying around in a spiral pattern. I believe they're pretty. I'm trying to find in the spell where it says how intelligent they are.
Based on the creature, I think.
Well, that makes them basically useless. They got to be smarter than the average creature.
What, a familiar?
Yeah.
What are you? Like,
I wanted to go to scout around to see if there's any wreckage of demon machines,
I mean, they can follow an order.
but can they follow that specific?
Yeah.
Chris, what do you think?
Um,
Or is it just try it and see what happens?
what is your familiar?
My familiar, I believe when I first summoned it, and I haven't changed it since, was a hawk.
Also a fey creature.
It was a fake hawk, yes.
All right.
If that won't work, then I'll just have it scout for danger.
When did you cast that?
It was a long time ago. Back when we were in the city, actually.
Do you have to summon your familiar every time?
You have to summon it every time it dies. But when it comes to me, I can put them away in kind of like a pocket dimension.
Yeah, it goes back to the Fae.
And I can pull them back out as an action.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I know it's covered in this book.
Okay. Well, while you're looking, I'm going to go get some more coffee.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can speed up my search.
And I'm pretty sure that I got those last 4 hours in, so I plugged it down and don't have to read the book no more. As long as it's taking effect.
I just can't believe we spent all those soul coins just to get everybody to have matching boots.
Well, we also get the stealth from it.
Yeah.
Well, some better than others. I mean, stealth +2 with advantage, really
I mean,
anything proficient in perception will see right through my stealth.
Well, I'm sitting there while we're all wearing matching boots singing, "We're men,
We're
men
boots.
fights." Coming right up, and we're all ready for a fight. I'm going to start calling you Friar
Our
Tuckman.
enemies, we summon them for ourselves.
Robert, I'm going to start calling you Friar Tuckman. Or sorry, Rabbi Tuckman.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the next exhaustion roll. Then I got some questions. First of all, my con check went from a 1 to a +5, and I'm completely immune to fire.
What?
All right. So, as you focus on your familiar to pull them in, you see what looks like your familiar pop in, and then you realize that your familiar is not normally red, and it doesn't have a tail, a leathery tail. And you see this imp laying next to you and look up at you, going like this with its hands. He says, "Why have you summoned me, master? What can I do for you?"
Damn talking opossum.
All right. I reach out with my mind to touch his mind, and because I know where I'm at, confirm my assumption that my familiar has changed to an imp.
In your head, you hear, "My name is Druzel. I was pulled to you, cursed human. What do you want?"
Okay. I shake my head for a second and say, I need you to search the area for dangers and possible wreckage. We need to find parts for our demon machine or devil machine.
Stupid humans, always breaking things. Fine. I go look. Yeah, I want to start using the modifications to the spells more.
I've been waiting for some of them. I casted Find Familiar. I was like, when's it go? When's it go? Oh.
All right, so are you guys going to sleep?
We'll
Yeah.
be setting watches.
Yeah,
setting watches.
yeah, that was on the last watch because I did it. I summoned my familiar on my watch to check.
Oh man, so I got a Tesla Hot Wheels car. Just a side note.
It is cold.
Still looking for a Wrangler.
All right. So all of your watches go by uneventful, and at the end of your watch, you hear tapping coming from the top hatch of the war machine.
All right, I reach out with my mind. Is it my familiar?
"Let me in, stupid human."
I open the door.
As he climbs in, He sits in the corner hunched. He says, I found what you want. Stink bag. South of here. Big junkyard.
All right. Say thank you. Your job is well done.
Yes, yes. Now let me go.
Good enough. I send them. I dismiss them back into the pocket dimension, or I guess here it would be considered free for until I summon them again.
The little black vortex opens up right behind him, and he starts shrinking down to pinpoint size going in. And as he shrinks down and before he pops away, he gives you a rude hand gesture and goes.
Hmm. I'm gonna have to figure that one out next time. All right. And I wait for the end of my shift, and then I wake everybody up and get them ready for the day.
All right. Who's climbing in the driver's seat? You got 6 hours to drive.
I actually, right after I wake everybody up,
Allie,
I want
you can consider yourself proficient. You drove for 18 hours.
Okay.
and she's never gonna drive again. Damn women drivers.
Aye.
But as I wake everybody up, or when everybody's awake, I say, I sent my familiar out and found out there is a junkyard due south of us if we wanted to go scavenge for some parts before we move on.
Do we want to talk to the Titan first, or do we want to go for the junkyard first?
That's
I suggest we go get parts just in case. We don't know if we're going to be able to get them later.
How far south was it again?
he didn't say. I say I'm not sure. I've already dismissed my familiar. But he says it's south of us. We can move on to the.
You can call him back and ask him.
I could. All right.
Yeah, then maybe we
I
can
say,
teleport there.
brace yourselves. My familiar has changed. He is now an imp. And I open up my mind and summon my familiar again.
What's your lawful good or chaotic good?
I'm lawful good.
Okay.
We're not going to like each other.
So, yeah, you see a little black pinhole appear, and this fleshy red creature comes tumbling out of it and rolling across the floor. Would you stop that? As he fixes himself and gets back up onto his feet and hunches down. What do you want?
I need the distance to the scrapyard that you found. You told me the direction, not the distance.
You did not ask the distance.
Well, I'm asking now.
It's south, maybe 2 days away.
I say, can you mark it on the map?
Nah.
And then I'll let you go back to your pathetic.
Bile.
I'll hold out the map.
He takes the map, he rips it out of your hand and lays it on the floor in front of him, and he rubs it flat. And his hand kind of disappears for a moment, and then he pulls it back up and draws a dark brown X on the map.
It's
He goes, He goes, here's your map. Take it.
Without another word, I just dismiss him.
I'm gonna be like, can we name your familiar Gilbert Godfrey?
Gilbert. I'll call him Gilbert. That's great.
And yeah, portal opens up right behind them. And he gives you another raspberry and another rude hand gesture, this time with both hands. And he gets sucked into the portal and disappears.
Only one person would dare give me the raspberry.
This is gonna make hell intolerable. And I turn around and say, I guess since the Titan's closer, I would suggest we finish with the Titan.
Yeah, in 2 days' time, we could probably blow this thing up again, to be honest.
Just take our time, go to the Titan, and on our way there, I'm going to counter charm.
Okay, we're about 8 hours out from the Titan at this point, right?
6.
Okay. I thought we blew up before we got to the 6 hour mark.
Oh, did we?
I thought we were 4 hours in.
Oh, well, then
Yeah, we were.
I guess we're 8 hours.
So
I'm adding to my notes. Chris, do you I'm sorry, can I have my imp's name again?
Druzel. DRUEZLLE.
Thank you.
That's like the 100th character I've introduced from all of the books of Driz the Word, and I always liked that little imp. He's a little pestery piece of shit.
Yeah, especially marking our map with shit.
I was gonna say, speaking of piece of shit, and I hold the map up. This is nasty even by my standards. And you've seen my standards.
Marketing shit.
All right, I pull out my quill and ink. And I look at the spot that he marked, and I say, Tom, if you want to clean it, I'll just mark it fresh.
Oh, prestidigitation that spot.
And I mark it.
All right.
I didn't realize demon shit was this bad. Damn.
Smells like baby food.
Or no, not demon, devil. Either way.
Actually, we might not clash as bad as I think, because we both share lawful, I believe.
It smells like baby food or baby poop. It's really baby poop.
No, it doesn't smell like it smells like baby. He's been eating babies.
Oh, lovely.
All right. Well, let's proceed to the Titan. I think I'm going to only run this at 3/4 throttle just to be safe. What do you guys think?
Agreed.
Who's driving?
Yep.
Well, unless anybody else.
As long as nobody drives tired, and you always keep your eyes on the gauges.
Don't drive angry either.
I like driving angry. Could you imagine me raging while driving this thing?
I saw a movie, and I'm pretty sure Bill Murray gave some very good life
Don't
advice.
drive angry.
Yeah, to a gopher.
And until we get more replacement parts, I think we should just drive with the people that are trained to drive.
Here she goes. Again.
Very good. I think we can safely go full throttle, but we definitely need to. I would like to have 2 people, one watching the gauges, one watching the driving. For now, until we can get more parts, we need to be safe. We'll go full speed.
All right. So, Andy, you're driving?
One of them can drive. I'm going to manage the gauges.
Okay, I'll drive.
who's driving?
I'll drive.
All right. So you're driving along. Your first 3 hours goes by fine. And your second 3 hours goes by fine as well.
Okay.
And give me 1 second to read it. Come on. Come on, stop it. All right, so you get to the spot that's marked on the map, and you see a very, very large cracked helm and a giant sword half buried in the ash of Avernus. A spherical stone set into the sword's pommel still gleams with scarlet radiance. And you hear muttering coming from inside the helmet that's half buried.
I say we check out the helmet.
I'm gonna go check out the sword.
What was his name again?
Uldrak.
Uldrak.
Uldrak. Uldrak? Am I saying that right? Uldrak?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to the helmet and say, "Great Uldrak, are you home?"
I'm looking around for a Titan because I know they're supposed to be big.
So as you approach the helmet, you see this, what looks to be like a spine devil. You fought many of these. He puts his hands on the face guard of the helmet, and he looks over. He says, "Someone call my name, Uldrak. What do you want?"
I was looking for a Titan named Uldrak.
I think I was a Titan at one time.
So we have been sent to gain some blood in order to destroy a curse.
Mm.
Do I think this Titan's been cursed?
Roll me
What
in.
happened? What happened to you?
What?
Allie, roll insight. Io,
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you approach and ask him what happened to him.
Yeah, I was looking around for a Titan, and then he said I once was a Titan. So I say, "What happened to you?"
23.
All right. So you're not entirely sure, Allie. You came to this spot looking for a Titan. All of your instincts say there was a Titan here because the shield and the helm and the sword are clearly meant for Titan's grip and sized head, but you don't see a Titan here. Io, as you walk up and you ask, what did you ask?
I said, "What happened to you?"
He climbs out of the helm and he takes a few steps towards you and he falls back into a sitting position on the ground. He says, "Tiamat happened to me, I think. I came here I came here to fight that evil bitch. And she cursed me.
Maybe we can restore you. I have a bag of diamond dust here. Is it Illyria?
Yeah, I mean, I've got remove curse, and I also have,
Greater restoration?
I believe so, if I can find it.
It's a 5th level spell.
No, I didn't get greater restoration. I got mass cure wounds.
You're a cleric, right?
Yeah.
You prepare a list of spells every day.
Okay.
You have access. You're like a wizard that has all of the spells.
You have access to all those spells. You just decide which ones you want to use that day.
As you're sitting there talking back and forth, you
I'm
hear
still looking at waiting.
you hear the devil start giggling. Stupid mortals. Think they're gonna cure a curse from a god with basic spells.
How would you go about curing your curse?
I already know how to cure this curse. Only the blood of Tiamat will do. Curse her name.
Great.
So we have to get the blood of Tiamat to cure you, and then we have to get your blood to cure this other curse.
How would we go about getting the blood of Tiamat? I'm pretty sure if you couldn't defeat her, I don't think we would be able to either.
He stands up and scratches his head, and he starts mumbling to himself. And he starts pacing back and forth, looking at the ground, kicking stones. He says, I knew a way. Give me a minute, give me a minute.
I wait patiently for him to get his frustration out.
He kicks a stone and he lifts his foot and starts hopping on one leg. He goes, I hate this place. The only thing I can remember is the there's a creature here. I think his name was Arkin. He leads them dragon cultists. Vile bastard. And he wears a vial of her blood around his neck. It was given to him by that demon bitch. Over there in my sword, it's an orb of the dragon kind. Maybe if you take the gem and try to barter it with him, he'll trade you. But he's a bastard as much as she is.
Can you mark where he's at on our map?
Yeah, I guess maybe.
And I'll lay out the map and give him a quill.
And he takes it and he starts looking at the map, and a minute passes. 5 minutes pass. And he's shaking his head. I don't remember. And he marks a spot on the map. And it looks to be about a day and a half's ride away.
Is that towards or away from the junkyard?
The junkyard south, Arkin's Tower, as he calls it, is to the east, pretty much over by the Emporium. The odd thing is he says it's only a day and a half away, but looks further away than the Emporium.
Well, he also, if he was a Titan when he came here, they move much more distance. So I am going to peel off and start searching the area for any clues we might have missed while they work on this conversation.
All right.
Okay.
So you turned it. So you say Tiamat turned you into a devil here. How long have you been here?
I don't know. I think hundreds of years have gone by. This place is different than my home. I'm sure I've been here long enough for empires to rise and fall.
You want to be turned back?
Of course, I want my revenge on that demon bitch.
Well, what else can you give us in addition to a vial of your blood once you've become a Titan again?
He laughs gravelly and maniacally. He says, "You see what I have to offer." And he kind of bows as he leans in forward to you. My blood would be the most and the only thing you'd get from me. He reaches down and picks up a handful of rocks and dirt, and the dirt sifts through his fingers. He goes, "I can offer you these beautiful gems."
Is it dirt or is it gems?
It looks like rocks and dirt. And you're almost positive, being a bard, he's being extremely sarcastic. I mean, as you look around, you see nothing here other than the sword and the helmet.
Your sarcasm is not necessarily helping your case if you want our help, but we'll see what we can do. And I'll go over towards the sword.
All right.
I'm going to.
So the sword is it's sticking up out of the ground about 12 feet tall. And you just can't quite reach the pommel where the gem is.
Right. Oh, that's why I was pulling out my harp, and I was casting levitate on myself.
All right. So you
What
pull your heart out and you strike a chord, and you feel a burning sensation in your back as two feathery black wings rip through your shirt, and it kind of takes you back for a second, and they start pumping behind you, and you levitate up.
All right, I'm going to land on the pommel, or pull myself onto the pommel of it, one of the guards,
All right.
and
So
inspect my wings that I now have.
you hand walk up the blade because the wings can barely just hold your weight. So, I mean, they act exactly like the levitate spell. So you have to go hand over hand up the blade till you reach the top, and then you can sit on the cross guard or stand on it.
All right.
And you see the gem is about the size of your fist. A little bigger than your fist, actually.
All right, I'm gonna pull out a dagger. It's one of my regular daggers that I have, and I'm going to pry out the gem.
All right. So you get your dagger in there and start working on all the little clasps, and you're able to get the gem out.
On searching the area, do I find any further clues or no?
Bones. Lots of little bones. Looks like chicken bones.
Chicken bones.
Mm-hmm.
Imps.
Been eating imps.
I had an evil thought out of character. I saw him and give it to him.
All right. What are we doing?
I'm gonna take the stone back to the party. What's the name of the stone?
Dragon orb.
Orb of Dragon Kind.
Um,
And as you come down with it, he says, yes, yes. He'll trade the reliquary for that.
all right. Morn, can you identify this?
I certainly can. I ritual cast to identify.
I swapped out identify, so I no longer have it.
Oh, I just became more important. Yay.
Yeah, I got geese instead.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I use my identify on the orb of dragon kind.
All right. You know it's the Orb of Dragon Kind.
Okay. I say it is an orb of dragon kind, and I tell them its features. I believe. Do I know its features before I look it up?
Hmm.
I don't want to look it up and then have you say, well, you couldn't figure it out because
Does nothing happen with the orb when he touched it? Did I freeze?
No. Hold on.
he's reading.
Okay.
That's one thing that they're missing in D&D Beyond. They should have hidden traits and things so that if you look up a cursed item, it just tells you the stuff that you would identify.
I don't know if it's the sword that was if it was the sword or the
Well, remember, you touched it first.
yeah. Yeah, I've still got wings, right?
How long does your levitate last?
I believe it's an hour or until I drop concentration. Which I would have had to drop concentration so that I could walk over to you guys. If you're levitating, you can't move. You can just go up and down.
No, unless you grab a hold of something or you come down and walk.
And when I need to walk out, when I need to drop the levitation.
No, it could be kind of like just levitating down to the point where your weight's on your legs. I think.
Run
That's-
like the moon.
So the orb, you're getting that it's got the essence of an evil dragon in it.
Okay.
Um, and you have to attune to it to really work with it at all.
Mm-hmm.
But attuning to it comes with its own
Cost.
it's not cursed per se, but you've heard that through legend, because these things, there's only a few of them known to exist in all of the realms.
I have a plus 12 in history.
Yeah, you know there's only a few of them in all of the realms. In all the planes, there's only a few, and that those 3 or 4 have been scattered across the plains. Apparently, you've just found one. And to control and take full control over the orb, you would probably have to pit your personality and will against the host of the gem.
Which is a dragon, so it would be quite powerful.
So yeah, go ahead and add it to your inventory in D&D Beyond.
It's a charisma.
Okay. So I add that information to the party saying it is an attunable item, but it holds the soul or the essence of an evil dragon. Therefore, if anybody tries to attune to it, it will probably pit your will force against a dragon's in the hope of whoever wins out gaining control. I would strongly suggest nobody using it, but it is an orb of dragon kind, and it is a very, very rare and powerful item.
I'm gonna look at Io and be like, Dragon Orb of Dragonkind seems like it might be right up your alley.
Well, I know from I've got advantage on any anything to deal with dragons.
You know it's a chromatic dragon stuck in there.
Yeah, it's evil dragon. It would despise me probably more than anybody else here. But we don't need to use the item, we just need to trade the item.
The only thing I will put forward, and I'd say it's a group answer, is whether or not we want to put such a powerful artifact in the hands of an evil dragon cult.
Yeah, I've already been thinking about that, and I think honestly
Yeah.
we could use it to get inside, and then once we get to the leader of the dragon cult, we'll take him down from the inside out.
Agreed.
Another thing, Morn, do you mind identifying the sword? Because I seem to have sprouted some wings here, and it happened when I touched the sword.
All right. Chris, out of character. Looking at it,
You would know right off the bat that him casting that spell was just probably warped by Avernus. And
same thing as my familiar turning into an imp.
correct. Also, the sword, you're not from that plane of existence. So you wouldn't know from looking at the sword. To you, it just looks like a sword.
I say I could try to identify it if it's magical, but I do believe that what has happened to you looks like it's the same thing that has happened to my imp. The land is starting to warp our spells to fit the land's description.
Okay, well,
But if you still want me to identify, I could.
I think it might be useful to double check just to make sure. Because, I mean, I have angel wings. I don't imagine that would have come from Avernus itself.
Allie, when he says that, Allie would probably speak up and say, "Sweetheart, them ain't no angel wings. Angel wings don't come in black."
Yeah.
What are you, racist?
No.
She's not racist. She hates everybody.
Yeah.
Angel wings aren't black and leathery.
So to satisfy our curiosity, I go ahead and cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
You see that the sword, as you cast it, it seems as though you're watching the final stages of the magic of this sword slowly close in on where the gem was and then just fade away completely.
So there's our answer. I say the sword's magic has faded, is in the final stages of fading after you remove the gem.
Gotcha.
The helmet does not glow or
Helmet is
anything
not
else in the area.
glowing.
Okay. Okay, we have our answers.
So you didn't get any properties for that dragon orb?
Do I know of any of a dragon orb's known properties? Out of character, I know a couple of the constants, but
So out in game, you know that you would have to attune to it to know any of its properties.
okay.
Shut up.
Yes. They say I was unable to figure it out. It will teach you its properties if somebody attunes to it.
No. No.
Out of character, I'm so tempted, but in character, I would never do it.
Yeah. Out of character, I know all about these because I DM'd Dragonlance for years of second edition.
Fifth edition, so
Yeah, but they're still dragon orbs are dragon orbs. They take control of the person unless they're freaking beat it in a
You know
test
what?
of will.
Oh, what am I tuned to right now? I've got my thing, I've got the eye patch, and I've got my cloak of protection.
the DM's been trying to get you to get rid of that eye patch for a long time. In a few minutes, Chris, can we take a break so you can get a cigarette in me?
Yeah. In fact, you can go grab one now. We'll consider this a break while Tom figures things out.
Okay, thank you.
You want to go ahead and put your plate up? I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom. Okay. I know she got cold. Yeah. It's been cold out there.
You said it was a force of will save, correct?
Yep. Personality.
Yeah, so that's tempting me because I'm high charisma, so
Yep. With force of personality, best people would be either you or me to do a test of wills. But the thing of it is it's not knowing any of what fifth edition puts in there as far as the other bonus properties that it can give you. The main thing that the orb, at least out of character, what I know the orb does, its main purpose is to summon evil dragons. But it doesn't control them. At least that's what they were created for in Kryn.
Where's my DM guide? And before you start rolling anything, I need to roll for the properties of the item. And I'm going to write them down and take a picture of it with a timestamp. So you know there's no fudgery involved. Minors.
I'm going to go ahead and try to attune to it.
You're going to have to give me a minute.
I'm just letting you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Ugh. Wow. If it's a charisma check, if I was the one to tune to it, I get a double my proficiency bonus for the check.
Maybe.
Well, it says anything involving dragons, I get a double proficiency.
That's if it's proficiency, though.
Well, if it's a charisma check, but I wouldn't want it.
All right, I am back.
I got 3 minutes left on my food.
So is everybody ready for the snow? Except for Adam?
Yeah.
I am. Don't bother me since, I don't go anywhere.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to leave early for work to drop my wife off at work because if it snows, if there's snow on the ground, she doesn't drive.
I understand that.
Oh, for all you Avatar: The Last Airbender fans,
Minorly.
an Appa plush,
Ah, that's cool.
Oh my gosh, where did you get that?
Amazon.
Oh, that's too cool.
That's part of Con's Christmas.
Oh man.
He's got that. He's got a big box full of like $50 worth of Hot Wheels cars that I've been buying over the past year.
Oh wow.
I took a picture of them and put them up online, and people are like, "Can I buy this one off of you? Can I buy that one off of you?" Evidently, I've got some pretty collectible ones.
Excellent.
And all I'm doing is buying them with like my taste. Like, oh hey, that's an Audi R8. Fuck yeah.
Ah.
I didn't know your sleeper, did I?
Uh,
30 seconds.
What? Why didn't he say this one? Or didn't-
Because we have to go get dinner ready for his family.
I guess not. Oh, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Abby, go lay down.
Who wants Daddy's attention?
Oh yeah, Allie, I keep
Yes.
forgetting to tell you, Kim would like to invite you to come over sometime and help her fix that necklace you got her for her birthday.
Oh yes, the bracelet. Okay.
I'm thinking me or Kim could probably do it, but I think it means something to her that she kind of would like you to do it with her so that she, you know.
Oh, definitely. I'm sorry. I did things, you know, life catches up. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Um,
All right, I'm
Thank-
taking a picture of this, Tom, and time stamping it. Once you're attuned, I will drop it into the chat so you know what the properties, because it comes with its own set of properties that I just rolled up from the DMG.
Now with items like that, just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
the same per person, or if somebody attunes to it and unattunes and somebody else attunes to it, would it change properties?
I would think not, because I mean, they tell you X amount minor and major beneficial, minor and major detrimental.
Mhm.
And once the DM rolls them, those should be the stats, the minors and beneficials for that item forever. I mean,
I was just curious.
that's how I've always played. If like in TUI, when you roll up intelligent weapons, you roll on a piece of paper. I mean, you roll out of the DMG and you go down the categories to create an intelligent weapon. And just because that weapon goes to a new person doesn't mean that those attributes of that weapon would change.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
There would be two different kinds in my mind. The kinds that just have these properties and the kind that mingle with the owner. So that it's just something I've been playing with in my head
Yeah.
as a DM. So that's why I was curious how you would portray it.
No, I've always, when I create a magical item, especially if I roll it out of the book, like that just ate up what, 15 minutes of our game time. I'm not going to do that for every new person. Whatever
Right.
I roll up for that item, that's what that item is.
All right.
All right. So
I have given my sage advice. And I see the temptation spread in the party. And in my mind, I am preparing in case somebody attunes and I have to find a way of breaking it.
Nope.
The Sentinel Athenis has handed out some very powerful magic items.
All right. So roll up, Tom. You want to attune to it, you got to pass a charisma check.
Is this against being charmed?
So actually, after reading it, it looks like you can attune to it without the check. But to use it, you have to peer into it.
So that means there's a check every time you use it.
No, not from what I'm reading.
Oh, okay.
While attuned to the orb, you can use an action to peer into the orb's depths and speak its command word, which you would get from attuning to it. Yeah, you can. What happens is you have to attune to the orb, but that just means you're attuned to it. To actually control the orb, you have to look into it and speak the command word, and then you're basically pitting your ego against its.
Okay. Well, in order to get the benefits that you were talking about and detriments, do I have to peer into it and do all of that?
That is an interesting question.
As Pippin looks into the orb.
So I'm not sure on that. So until I look it up, I'm going to say that attuning to it,
Well, here, I'll just peer into it and
I'm going to say attuning to it because you're not taking full control of it. Just attuning to it, no, it's not going to apply the minor and the beneficial, minor, major beneficial detrimentals. But if you try to and succeed or fail, if you try to take the next step with it, then those attributes will take effect. I think that's fair.
okay, well, I'm going to try to take the next step with it.
All right, so you
And
spend
is that-
your 10 minutes and
Oh,
you're attuned to it, and go ahead and roll your.
Is that a saving throw against being charmed?
No, it's not. It's the way it reads is while attuned to the orb, you can use an action to peer into the orb's depths and speak its command word, which you would have gotten from attuning to it. The command word is all hail Tiamat. It's more of a sentence. And then you make a DC 15 charisma check.
May I do something really quick?
Certainly.
If I see him start to do such thing, I would like to place a hand on him and pray for guidance.
All right.
The target can roll an additional D4 and add it to the number rolled
Okay.
of one ability check.
All right, so I rolled a 15. My saving throw is plus 10, and then I rolled a 1 on the D4. So that should be 26.
Was it a saving throw? If it's a saving throw, then I just goofed and you don't get it because it's an ability check, not a saving throw.
It's a
It's an
charisma
ability
check,
check.
he said.
It is an ability check.
Okay.
You have officially taken control of this orb. I'm not sure if you're going to like or dislike the effects that are being imposed on you. There's your effects. You can add it to your inventory because there are spells that come along with it. So you gain a +2 to your insight. Wait. Yes. You gain a +2 to your insight. You can cast locate object once per day, recharges at dawn.
Yeah, I'm going to immediately drop attunement on that
Um,
and reattune to my.
Hold on. I don't know if you can immediately drop attunement to it. I don't believe you can.
Do I see the demon over there shaking his head?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can drop attunement from it. It didn't control you.
Yeah, so I'm going to drop attunement from it and go ahead and reattune to my cloak.
That bad, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty worthless.
I don't know. It comes with a shit ton of spells.
Except for the summoning dragons part.
Except that you can't cast any of them because you can't speak.
Well, there is that.
What? You lose the ability of speech?
Yes.
It was the ability to speak, so all of the spells that it has on it, you cannot cast. You can't say the command word, which is the prerequisite to casting everything. And you can't cast any of your own spells that have verbal parts to them either.
I wonder why that's even. That's a good question.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
That immediately was just like, yeah, I can't do this. Like that just completely nullifies my character and turns him into a pet dog with about the same damage.
I need a new familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that detriment, that's like the mages that created these things to not, to basically summon and destroy evil dragons would have
And there's
killed
a
them.
reason why they turned it. He put it in his sword instead of using it as an orb.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, otherwise you gain proficiency and insight, which I already have. And you gain 1 level 2 spell, which I guess you can cast it once a day. You can cast Locate Object, but you can't cast it because you can't say the command word to cast it.
Yeah, out of character, I would probably make it so that at least it uses for itself the when you cast a spell from the orb, you could do it mentally, but I don't know.
Well, I'm guessing. Well, no, I mean, the spells channel through the orb. I mean, it's like a wand of fireballs. You just have to speak the command word, not say the spell. So I'm guessing there would be some form of telepathic communication between you and the dragon inside the orb. I mean, you have a wand of magic missiles, you just have to speak the command word, not speak the spell. There's no components, there's no VSM, just the command word. That
Well,
goes for pretty much any magical item.
I still have to say the command word.
Well, I guess I kind of just gave the workaround to that. You're in possession of a dragon contained in an orb. You're in communication with it.
And that would mean that I would lose all my other spells that I have. I wouldn't be able to say any of their spells.
Yeah.
My other spells.
And go through all your spells, and what do you have that's just somatic and material?
Well, I can only change out one every level, so I'm not like a cleric.
Right.
All
So
right.
there you have it.
Yep.
So maybe it'll actually be beneficial to the powers of good to give an evil person control of the orb.
Except for they can summon evil dragons and create a freaking horde of dragons.
Evil dragons within 40 miles.
Yeah.
So if there isn't an evil dragon in 40 miles, you can't summon them.
Well,
And
there
just
were
travel around until you get them.
As you guys are talking back and forth, Uldrak's sitting there on his bum, rocking back and forth. He says, "No dragons around for 40 miles. You'll see plenty at the tower. It's not really a tower. It's just as big as a tower. More of an arena, if you will."
And I say we will try to get the blood for you so we can release you as long as you keep your word, and we may draw some blood once you are restored.
Titan always keeps his word.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess we're. Do you guys want to head to the junkyard or the tower?
Probably the junkyard just to be safe.
Yeah, I guess we can alter the course
Is what
just
I'm
a little bit.
thinking.
All right, let's take it easy going to the junkyard.
I'm not driving, so we're good.
I'm thinking unless we're in a combat scenario, I think there should be 2 of us in control at all times. One to monitor the gauges.
Okay, who wants to monitor gauges?
And one
I'll
to
monitor the gauges.
Okay. Let's do
The,
this.
The acid thing's freaking up near the front anyways, so Easy for me to run over and jump into my position if need be.
All right. And I'll be sitting in the back tuning to my cloak of protection. I'd rather have +1 to AC in all my saving throws than not be able to cast any spells.
Except what's in the orb. Those you'd be able to cast through communication with the dragon.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
I cast locate object once a day.
No, the orb comes with a whole list of spells.
Oh, let's see. Okay, here it is. So cure wounds, daylight, death ward, and scrying, and detect magic as many times as I want.
Aren't there charges to the spells, or then there's more spells that have charges?
All of those spells have charges.
Yeah.
So 3 charges for cure wounds at 5th level. Daylight is 1 charge. Death ward is 2 charges. Scrying is 3 charges. And detect magic is 0 charges. I can also call dragons within 40 miles. Dragons might be hostile toward you for compelling them against their will.
And seeing as how you're not an evil line person, we're Tiamat, they're gonna be hostile.
Did not mention.
So are you staying attuned to it, or?
No, he dropped attunement.
Okay.
I read that line of it and I was like, please someone summon a chromatic. All right, so you drive due south for a while, and you don't have any mishaps along the way. And you get to the junkyard.
All right, let's scavenge, people.
I say we stay together. We search it together in case there's something in.
Yes.
Agreed.
Looking over it, do I spot anything that might raise questions? Thank you, honey.
Roll me an investigation.
Watch out for rusty needles.
16.
Yeah, so you're looking around as you're walking through, and you see this stalk come up out of the ground. It looks like a big, thick arm holding an eyeball, and it looks around and sinks back into the pile of garbage.
We're in Star Wars. I say, did
At
anybody
least
else?
there's no walls here. Watch me all step into the junkyard and all of a sudden freaking walls go.
With my passive perception of 21, did I catch that as well?
You did.
Would I recognize what kind of creature that is?
No clue. You've seen a beholder before, and it definitely didn't look like no eye stalk you've ever seen.
I didn't know if I might have heard some stories or something as a bard of trash monsters.
Trash monsters.
I heard about this one monster before. It was a trash monster near these creatures that were called Fraggles. They all sat around doing crystal meth.
All right.
Do I see any parts for a boiler?
For a what?
I'm looking for parts for a boiler.
In the furnace.
Full boiler.
Furnace?
harness.
Give me an investigation.
I'll help you look because that's
Yeah,
what we're needing.
I'm gonna be looking too.
Well, let's see. I just got a 17 plus investigation, which is 9, so 26.
All right. So
That's without advantage.
everyone's walking up. I mean, these piles of garbage are huge. Some of them are 30, 40 feet tall. And you're walking through it. I mean, just for reference, it's kind of like you're walking through the room of requirement from Harry Potter. There's just heaps of garbage on either side of you, mounds here, mounds there. And it takes you about 40 minutes. But after walking over, climbing through, throwing parts in the air everywhere, you find what looks like a complete boiler assembly that's made specifically for a demon, the motorcycle.
Made for the motorcycle. Okay,
I could reinstall it in the motorcycle for now.
it might as well.
I also need to look for some spare parts to repair the hit points and of the machine. I mean, we're only down by 8, but every little bit helps, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So after about 2 hours of searching around, you find miscellaneous parts that are still usable. You find some armor plating. You find some springs and cables for the harpoons. You find about 19 parts in all,
Okay.
miscellaneous parts.
All right. Well,
You find one of those parts is a big spare tire.
that might come in handy.
Yep.
Well, we might not have the big storage bay anymore because we're going to fill it.
But it looks like everything else here is just broken or bent beyond fixing. You would have to become proficient in welding to make those parts usable again, or blacksmithing.
All right. I want to put miscellaneous war machine parts.
I wonder how long it would take me. I can turn into a blacksmith for 20 minutes a day. "20 minutes is not a long time.
How many parts did you say I had, Chris?
19.
All right.
If you want, I can give you a complete list of the parts you got,
Okay.
or just we'll
Are
roll on a chart to see if you got that part.
do you want to just? Is that actually in D&D Beyond, or is that?
Yes and no.
Hmm.
So one of the parts is a tire. You find 3 steel cables that can be used to repair your crossbow.
3 harpoon cables.
Yep. You find 2 steering assemblies.
Wow.
5 pieces of armor plating.
Okay. Oh, armor plating. Let me. Okay.
3 axles.
Okay.
A fire extinguisher that's about half full. And how much does that leave you?
Let's see here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That makes 15 items.
And you find 4 small pieces of metal that look like they could be easily shaped. They were probably at one point part of a furnace assembly and got bent and thrown out for it, but they look like they could be easily bent back into shape by someone with your tinkering ability.
Okay, and 1 fire extinguisher. Sorry, I was still. Okay, I'm gonna take the fire extinguisher and stick it up in the at the the control area, the helm.
Okay.
That's not counting the whole boiler for the Devil's Ride that we managed to reinstall.
Correct.
And
Correct.
Okay.
That lies out of the purview of what I said.
All right.
Okay.
How much space have we filled?
Maybe about 10 cubic feet.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry.
It depends. Do you want to put the tire inside or strap it to the outside?
I think I'd hang it to the outside. Because that tire's pretty big, probably.
All right.
All right. So for trade purposes and possibly, I mean, we've ran into blacksmiths before, so we might be able to trade. I suggest I can burn a divine power from my God to become skilled in blacksmithing for 10 minutes, and I can walk through and point out parts that can be repaired by a blacksmith. And we can load up on those also.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll give you inspiration on that.
So I am going to channel divinity to become proficient in blacksmithing and walk through and point out all the parts that I can within 10 minutes.
All right.
You have a D8 inspiration for doing that.
So yeah, you walk through the junkyard and you're pointing at everything like real quick. You're like, I can fix that. I can fix that. Oh, and that. Yeah, I can fix that. As a blacksmith, I could probably fix all this shit with the right forge and tools.
Okay. Well, basically,
Pick
I'm
the
going to
stuff
kind of
that's
fill up our hole without becoming too encumbered.
Pick the most important shit.
Well, that is a job for our master mechanic.
So you identify there's probably about 30 pieces of armor plating that would be easily repairable to a proficient blacksmith.
Okay.
Andy, do you want to write this or do you want me to?
You go ahead and record that. I got the stuff.
You find about 15 axles that could be repaired by a accomplished blacksmith.
From the initial list here. Uh-oh.
And you find about 10 tire rims that could be fixed by an accomplished blacksmith. What you do know is it's probably going to take you, for each item, multiple hours to repair.
Yes, that's why I can't do it at 10 minutes a day, but we can take it someplace that has an actual blacksmith. Was my plan.
Trade half for half with the Emporium.
Yeah.
But there we go.
Or we could go back to Maggie's farm.
30 armor plates, 15 axles, 10 tire rims.
All right.
And I'm still kicking myself in the ass for not choosing the spell mending.
It might be too big anyway.
Anything like if we get a rupture and it's less than a foot big, I can just mend it.
Yeah.
The item doesn't have to be less than a foot. The damage has to be less than a foot. But okay,
Who's
who's
got
my
the
big.
highest intelligence out of your party?
I have an 18.
Nice intelligence. I sure as hell don't.
I have a 13, so that's yeah.
My intelligence is at 12.
What's
Yeah,
yours?
mine's the lowest.
Tom, what's yours?
Mine's 12.
All right, so Robert, you're the only one. So, from reading about Avernus and your intelligence in the place, there's probably a reason all this shit's in the junk pile. And you were probably damn lucky to find the stuff that you found that's somewhat usable.
Right.
I mean, if it's all here, that's probably a good showing that no blacksmith here wants to waste their time on this crap. So you'll probably end up having to pay to have this stuff repaired.
Right.
You
Well,
know you'll be able to sell it after the fact.
Right. Well, the idea is to have it on hand, and then later on, if we wind up running into other people and scavenging more good parts, we can throw these bad parts away. It's just having them in case we don't have a choice.
Gotcha.
I'd rather have, something that maybe we could muddle through with.
And, if we get stuck, I could always turn into a blacksmith for 20 minutes a day. After about a week, have a piece repaired.
Yep.
All right. What are we doing, people?
And I'd say we point our nose in the direction of the dragon cult. Is my
Yep.
That sounds good to me.
Now that we know that dragon orb is less than acceptable or less than expected, should we consider trading it so that we don't get into a giant encounter?
So real quick, one thing I forgot to mention completely, because it does come in. Uldrak would have told you when you get to the tower, don't make any hostile actions towards the zombies or they will attack.
Oh.
Oh, that's good to know.
Zombies.
Easy
not
cannon
quite-
fodder.
You're not quite sure what he means by that, but
Hmm.
Right.
all right.
So, talking to people while we're traveling, does anybody agree that we might want to just trade it, or are we going to go through with our plan? I think we need to decide before we're right in front of them whether we're going to try to attack, or maybe a symbol or a code that we're going to try to attack so that we don't cue them in.
Maybe we should get them outside and do any trades out by our vehicle so we can hop in and leave as soon as we give it to them, so they don't have an hour to hold us there and then attune to it, and then they can call in hostile dragons to us.
No, according to Uldrak, there's already hostile dragons there.
Mm-hmm.
They are a dragon cult.
So
So let's figure out a word for our leader that he can fit within a sentence to cue everybody in that we're going to attack if we attack. But I suggest, especially knowing that there are dragons there, that we might want to just try to go through with the trade.
Yeah, well, let's try to go through with the trade. If things go, if things start going tits up, then I guess we will use. I don't know. You guys got an idea?
now
Yahtzee?
we're in hell, friggin'
Oh, well, I mean, if you want something
Damn it.
more appropriate for hell, how about, let's see.
damn it.
I was going to say Dixie Chicks.
That'll work.
For some reason, this entire session, every time you move our hell machine, I get that witch traveling on her broom's music.
Yeah.
So I just suggest pick a word that you're not likely to say by mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Morn is awesome.
Mhm. You're not likely to say Morn is awesome. Okay.
Aww.
All right, I had to poke fun at you. You're the one who suggested it.
I'll just hang out with my imp.
Low smell.
Huh?
If I say low smells nice,
It's been a while since I took a good blood bath.
All right. So he said it's going to take about a day and a half to get there. Who's taking the first drive?
Not I.
I'll just keep driving,
Yeah, he's driving and I'm watching the gauges.
and we'll
So
swap out.
All right. 4 hours goes by uneventful.
Then I'll take over driving.
All right. You're driving. Another 4 hours goes by uneventful.
It's 8 hours plus the time that we traveled to the scrap heap, so we're getting close to rest time. Or are we going to let the gauges guide us? Go until the gauges get close to yellow? Anybody?
I'll watch. You talking about watching the gauges?
well, he's talking about, do we just go by time how far we go, or are we gonna watch the gauges and keep on going until the gauges go into the yellow?
I mean, the gauges they're not going to come down when we stop. So if we do 8 hours and stop, it's not like they're going to go back down. We're still going to have to, rinse and repeat every time.
Yeah. I'm thinking our best option will be just to go till the gauges tell us to stop. Because we're going to have to stop anyway at that point, regardless.
Morn, roll me a D20.
Hold on, let me pull up that. D20.
That's it.
7.
All right. Yeah, so you're putting along. You've been driving for about 7 hours now total. Andy drove for 4. And towards the end of your 7th hour, the needle moves up into the red.
Ooh,
All right.
I immediately apply the brakes.
It was in the green and it just jumped to the red. And the machine's got 3 hours, 3 exhaustion points.
Let's bring it down.
I just stop right there. Red is bad.
All right, I think now would be. So, how much drive time have we had total?
About 11 hours.
About 11 hours.
All right, that sounds all right. Anybody need a rest?
Probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go through and do our routine maintenance on the machine.
All right. Who all's going to repair?
I'll follow Andy around helping.
I'm gonna follow him around learning.
I say I'll take watch because I've already been taught how to repair. Then we get somebody in there that hasn't learned. We need to get everybody to be able to repair.
All right.
I'll take watch and
Hey, have Lauren, have Lulu help you watch.
okay. Come on, Lulu.
She has aerial reconnaissance ability.
Okay. Lulu goes with you.
She's been a little quiet for the past few days. Is she okay?
Oh yeah, she's just hanging out.
I always, in my head, I always say quiet NPCs. They still talk and stuff. You just,
Yeah.
all right.
All right. We'll
I,
check gears, tires, tread, radiator. I'm going to look at the furnace and make sure that it's holding together pretty good.
Okay. So with
I'm
Tom's
and send it out looking for danger again.
with Tom's help, it only takes you half the time that it would normally take to fix it. Instead of 3 hours, he chops it down to 1.5. It's just a matter of re-greasing some parts and getting some brush that collected around the inside of the wheels.
I'm walking around helping him because I got prestidigitation too. So
Okay.
Just let me know of any grease you strip off with that so I can reapply some.
yes,
And you might want to keep track of how much grease you have.
That's a good point.
that's
Yeah.
the other thing I was saying is if I use the prestidigitation to scrape and clean off the grease, I try to also collect the grease off to the side and use prestidigitation to try to clean the grease.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
I don't know if it worked, but if it does,
Unsoil the grease.
Yeah, basically separate the soil out of the grease, filter the grease, however you want to call it.
All right. So what are we doing?
Do you want to call it a night here, or do you want to try to press on?
I say we've been driving for 11 hours. Let's get our rest in, press on in the later same time.
All right.
That's the hut then.
By the way, Chris, just for my own knowledge, how am I handling Avernus now that I am completely immune to fire? I know it's other things too, but the heat is a good part of it.
Yeah, you're fine. You're pretty sure that you wouldn't be failing exhaustion checks left and right.
Hey, wait a minute. You're now immune to fire?
I am.
That's why we killed the fire mount.
Okay, you get to handle fixing the exhaust.
Okay. It's red hot. I just walk over, grab hold. I'd make a great blacksmith if I was stronger than an 8. But as always, I will take last shift.
All right.
Take first.
So your watches go by uneventful.
The only thing extra I'm going to do on my watch is I am going to call my familiar again, but this time have a conversation. I am going to try to use, what do we have? Because it's not.
He pops into existence. What do you want, smelly human?
I would like to find common ground between us so that we can work together. What can I do to make your existence serving me more tolerable in return for some respect?
Respect a human of Mistra at that. And he spits a huge hot woogie on the ground. He says, I'll do what's asked of me. Friend, I'm not.
Very well. But any more, if just to warn you, if you go too far, I can always end you. I know this to be your home plane, and summon anew.
He sinks back. He sinks back a little and hisses.
And I say, you're dismissed.
As the portal starts sucking him in, you see him raise his hands.
I raise an eyebrow.
And he kind of pulls him back in, and he hisses as he disappears.
Well, if that's the way it has to be, then I will play the role that he is used to. That was the only thing extra that I did on my watch.
All right. Who's driving?
All right, let's get ready to rock and roll.
Not me.
Do we see any landmarks? Do we know how close we are to it, where we're going, or no?
You see what looks like a round mountain in the distance.
In the direction we're supposed to be going?
Yep.
He says it looks like a tower. I'm guessing that's where we're going.
Looks more like a plateau mountain, probably about 100 feet tall and flat.
I think what the fellow previous Titan Devil thing had mentioned was it's more like a coliseum than a tower. That kind of fits the description, don't it?
Pretty much.
I guess let's go check it out.
All right, let's crank this thing all ahead full.
Do it again.
All right.
Feeling.
So as you're driving along, you get to a part. You get about a mile away from what looks like the river Styx. And you see there's a bridge there to cross.
What if it's the same one we crossed before?
No, it's different.
This immediately makes me look around because last time we came to a bridge, we got attacked.
You don't see anything anywhere around, but as you look around, you see a rather large ship sailing north on the river.
Hmm.
I guess I should build that for you real quick.
We'll build the ship and
No, the ship's already there. The bridge isn't, though. I was going to theater of the mind it, and then it popped in my head. This is probably something you wouldn't want to theater of the mind. Come on. Ah, there we go.
we do need that spyglass.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
I can possibly check it out depending on how fast the ship's moving.
I mean, I should be able to see pretty much anything. I've got a 21 in my passive perception.
All right, so this bridge looks absolutely massive. Let me pull your vehicle back over. Why am I not grabbing it? Hello? Oh, I know why.
Funny how the river looks like it's up above the ground with a shadow.
Yeah.
I was looking up a spell in the wizard spells, and I misspelt it. And it says you failed your investigation check. Wow, teleport's a 7th level spell.
Yep.
Well,
So that means 13th level.
If you didn't multi-class.
Right, I know that. I just
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, so you get to the bridge. If I will do it. You get to the bridge, and as you get to the bridge, you see this boat come into view. Why is it being so difficult? Sometimes this program's nothing but trouble.
well, if I remember correctly, this is a huge map.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Probably sucking a lot of your resources.
So this boat,
Is that what they're calling that?
it looks like a ship, really, is sailing down this river. Everyone roll me a, well, let me see. Everyone, Tom, what's your passive perception now?
21.
You don't miss much.
My passive perception can drink.
What's your armor class, Tom?
18.
Okay. All right. So everyone except Tom, roll me perception check.
I'm gonna try it on here.
Okay. Have an 18.
17.
20.
12.
4.
All right. So you're sitting there, and it kind of takes your breath straight out of your fucking chest when you see these ripped and shredded sails, and just barely made out in the sails are the 3 letters XTC.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm sure
So
this
I
place.
see a lot of love making on that boat.
Huh? What you see as you get closer to the bridge, because it's hard to see, you get up on top of the bridge before it passes under it. Are you guys jumping out to watch it go by?
Hmm.
Might as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's roll
sure.
stop, check it out.
All right.
You clamber out of the machine and you go over to the rail, and all you see is these corpses, zombies, if you will, standing on the deck looking straight forward. They're not looking to the sides. They're not looking up or down. It doesn't look like anyone's manning the boat. It almost looks like the current of the river is just pulling the boat along with it.
I hope they bought a replacement boat.
No hostile actions.
Just watching.
Hey, Ayo, you did say that Zico had a larger fleet now, right?
Well, I know he had the one ship. Other than that, I don't know if he had any others.
Hmm.
They better have expanded.
Why, you thinking that was our ship?
Well, it
Yeah,
had
her logo on the sails.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh shit. Oopsies.
So is it our ship? Was it our ship?
Probably.
Is it?
It could have been lost at sea or something.
Damn.
Either that or this place is just fucking with us. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Apparently, we've been in here for years, so.
Yeah.
All right. So you get over the bridge. After some discussion, was it our ship? Wasn't it our ship? And you climb back in your machine. And who's driving?
Been going for a while. Do you still feel like driving, Andy, or you want me to?
You've been going for about 4 hours.
Okay, so probably Andy then.
All right. Oh, I already rolled. All right. So this tower is growing larger and larger. And you see a bunch of people walking back and forth. And it takes you getting pretty close to them to realize that they are not people. They are zombies from the looks of it. And there is a large opening, like a doorway right here.
Okay.
What was it that the weird guy said about zombies?
He said no hostile actions, so I would suggest that everybody move slow and deliberate, and be careful not to make any actions that can be discerned as hostile until we get through them.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm figuring this horde probably continues in both directions, right? It's not just this little group.
From what you saw, it's this one group, but you didn't drive around to see if there were any openings, other openings.
I'm going to get out my harp and I'm just going to start singing, like, we are the world. We are the people. Please don't eat my brains.
Brains. You could always plant some pea shooters.
I need snow peas, man.
Yeah.
Peas.
All right, what are we doing, folks?
I say we walk right in.
Let's secure the machine, and yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Let's go ahead.
Oh yeah, cast. I use alarm.
How long does alarm last?
When I cast it, it lasts for 8 hours.
All right.
And I always set it to we might be moving a little further, so I set it to silent so that it'll notify me as long as I am. Oh, where? Oh, as long as I'm within 1 mile.
All right. I'm just putting everyone in their marching order that I'm pretty sure I still remember.
This is going to feel weird, y'all.
Yep.
Oh, do I still have my wings?
How long does the spell levitate last?
Not 5 days.
Then no.
Does he still have the rip in his shirt?
No.
Oh, good. That healed up too.
Bonus.
Right?
All right, so we're going in.
Yep. I'm keeping a close eye on any close zombies for hostile actions.
Hey, I smell like I'm dead already. I
All right,
should blend.
so as you're approaching, and as you get to just about the doorway, you hear a loud scream. Very, very loud. Almost deafening. Definitely not human. It's more of a screech. And you've heard this sound before.
Dragon?
It sounds like a dragon.
Well, it's sort of what we were expecting, right? Right? Please say we're right.
Yep.
Yeah, we knew there was dragons around here. He did say that.
I say guard yourselves. The fear of the dragon can make you do funny things if you're not ready for it.
So you walk into this place. Give me a second. I can just turn off Fog of War. Bam. And you walk through this dark tunnel. Tom, immediately, because of your perception, natural perception, you see there are at least 5 dragons ringed around this arena. A white, a red, a blue, a green, and you're looking and you're kind of squinting in the shadows way up in the decks. You think you might see a black up there.
All right.
And you hear a loud voice filling the arena. Who has come? And across the arena, you see this guy speaking, and he steps forward to the edge. State your business here. Are you guys walking in?
We have come to. Well, I'll walk in.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'll step in.
They don't have to follow me if they don't want to.
No, I'll step in.
I walk in with him.
All right, so you walk across the arena and you get to about here.
We have come to parley.
Parlay?
Parsnips.
Now we're pirates.
My name is Krull. What have you come to parley?
Well, I have been told that you are in possession of a vial of the goddess herself, of her blood, and
Relatively.
you would be interested in trading that for a dragon orb.
He takes a few steps back up to his seat and he sits down. And you didn't see it until now, but it looks like a funnel of sorts, a large metal funnel. And he turns his head towards the funnel. And it looks as though it's a horn, a pipe coming out of the ground, and it opens up to an aperture. and he sticks his face in the aperture, and then he takes his face out and puts his ear to it, and he puts his face back in it, and it's almost like he's telling secrets with someone. Perhaps not. Some of you have seen this type of thing before. Dwarves use it a lot to speak down levels.
Well, from what I understand, if you gather all of these Dragon Balls together, you get
Oh, sorry.
I speak hopefully quiet enough, but just enough for Tom to hear me and say we're looking for Arkin.
Yeah.
Arkin.
You
Yeah.
you see this person, Krull, this turtle. He stands up, stiffens his shell, and he turns towards the white dragon, and you hear him say, "She's escaped. She's on her way up." And you hear the dragon rumble and laugh. And the dragon says in a gravelly, low voice, "They seek an audience. Let them fight for it."
What arena would be well without a fight?
And the turtle turns back towards you and says, "We've had a very difficult prisoner, to say the least. She has broken her bonds. She wants her freedom. If you slay her, she'll be here momentarily. Then
Well,
perhaps I'll grant you an audience with
what do you want for
Arkin."
this slave?
Huh?
What would you be interested in for this slave? She's obviously troublesome to you. I would be happy to purchase her off of you.
Purchase her?
Yes. If she's so troublesome to you, then you get a fine price, and maybe I can whip her into shape.
Perhaps you can. The deal must be quick. 1,000 platinum pieces in that lovely eye patch you're wearing. She's on her way up. Make your deal. Strike it now.
I can give you the 1,000 platinum pieces.
He walks over to the edge and says, "Deal." And he holds his hand out.
I pull out my pouch of pouches and immediately start counting out 1,000 platinum pieces.
All right. He keeps looking over to the side kind of nervously. He's like, "Quickly, quickly."
One, two.
Two, three.
No, that was a copper.
All right. So you get it counted out to the best of your ability before he pulls his hand back, and he only gets about 735 platinum from you. And as he takes the bag and puts it on his hip, he looks at her and looks at you and says, "Remember, she's your property." And he turns and laughs, and he says, "You still have to deal with her before you're allowed entrance." And you hear all of the dragons begin maniacally laughing around you. It's a chorus of laughter.
You said 753?
735.
735. Okay. All right.
You hear a gate explode open as the turtle, who's now behind you, because when this gate explodes open, it draws all of your attention. You hear from behind you, "The path you need to go to find Arkin is beyond here. you see a snake-like beast, a woman, half snake, half beautiful woman with 6 arms, and she's looking around. The dragons are roaring and laughing.
May I roll a check?
You may. Actually, you don't have to roll a check because you are a priest. You are familiar with demons and devils. This is a Marilith,
Oh,
and she does not appear to be happy at all.
Is she a demon?
She's a demon. Everyone roll initiative.
that was not what I was expecting, bro. I thought you were throwing like a silver or gold dragon at us. And I'm telling you right now, I would not fight it. And I guarantee you, one other person here would not fight it.
Fight what? A gold dragon?
A gold or silver dragon?
Nope. I'd be defending it.
Wow. I
my
rolled
great
one
grandpa.
above minimum.
All right. Low, what's yours?
I rolled a nat 20. I have a 22 initiative.
Warren?
I rolled a nat 2. I have a 4 initiative.
Tom?
That's going to be a 14 for me.
Valeria?
6.
Io?
17.
Let me add in Lulu. Let me track her hit points for this site. All right, so Lo, you see this creature come up, and as she comes up, you hear this. You look behind you, and you see the turtle backing up slowly and sitting down into his throne, or a throne. The dragons around are all laughing. Every now and then you see a gout of fire here, a bolt of electricity there, and you hear the turtle say, Merilith, these are your owners now. You are free to go from us, of course, but they just paid handsomely for you. You hear Merilith scream in outrage. What do you want?
You pissed her off.
I have a plan. If you can,
You want me to hold back then?
I mean, it's up to you. But
Yeah, if we can make a deal, I'd be interested in making a deal.
Yeah.
all right, I'm going to step up, and I mean, if everybody else is holding their actions until I can,
Holding action.
Yeah, I'll hold.
I'm pretty sure I don't have to.
I'm going to step up and
Hold on. Lo holds his turn. Next up is the Merilith. She is burning. Actually, it'd be here. She burned her dash as well. That's going to bring up Io.
Right, he said to wait, so I'm holding my action till right after he finishes speaking.
All right, Lulu is going to sit by and do nothing. That's going to bring up Tom.
All right, first I'm going to step up. I'm going to say, now we have purchased you to purchase your freedom, and we are begging your aid. And as I do that, I'm pulling out my harp, and I'm going to start playing a song. And the song that I'm playing, I cast Geese. And she has to make a saving throw. Oh, wisdom saving throw of 18 with disadvantage.
What brings on the disadvantage?
I'm using an instrument of the bards to cast the spell.
Okay.
And it's a calming effect.
All right, that is. Hold on. It's a saving throw?
Yeah, I'll read it just to make sure. You place a magical command on a creature you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. If the creature can understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charged for the duration.
That's all I needed to know, whether it was a saving throw, because she's got a +8. I rolled a 13, and the disadvantage was a 7. So that would be 15.
Sweet, she fails.
All right.
And as I'm singing to her, I'm singing to her about a magical quest to free.
Oh, wait. Sorry, she does not fail. The Marilith has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, which nullifies the disadvantage. That makes it a straight roll. 14 plus 8, that would be 22.
Okay, then.
I mean, that's right? If she's got advantage
Yes.
and
So
you impose disadvantage, that would make a straight roll, right?
Yeah, she has advantage on saving throws against being charmed.
It doesn't say against being charmed. It says she has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
so that would be
Up to and including charmed.
Great. Okay. Well, then my song will be about how she can either join us or we'll kill her right here.
Okay.
All right.
She hisses out, "Do you speak abysmal?"
No.
Yes,
I do.
Thank you very much.
She
I
hisses out a string of words that you can't understand, Tom.
I do.
Anyone who speaks abysmal, you hear torturous dogs try to enslave me. I'm done with your trickery. All right. Yeah. And I'm assuming she would know that you just tried to cast a spell on her, yeah? I don't know.
Yeah, she would. I mean, I don't have subtle spell. Anybody who doesn't have subtle spell, like whenever a spell is cast, I would assume that whoever knows it, unless subtle spell is used.
All right. All right, Illyria.
Okay, is she 60 feet from me?
Hold on, I'm going to shrink the battle mat down.
As soon as she requited his spell, I would have gone through and cast my spell.
Did you say you held an action?
I was holding my spell until he got his. He said what he was going to say. He said, "Hold until I say this." So
I thought you just said, "Okay, I'm gonna hold until I ain't hear
I
you."
was-
say
I
I'm
was-
holding a spell.
I was preparing the spell when he said that. I said, "I'm holding my spell until he casts it to, if he
Okay,
wins the spell book."
cast your spell. What are you casting?
I am casting Storm Sphere.
Something
Oh.
new.
Yes, something new. Storm Sphere is a 20-foot radius sphere. Springs into existence centered on her. Each creature in the sphere, when it ends, must make a strength saving throw or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage, and the sphere becomes rough terrain for them.
Rough.
And as long as the spell is in existence, I can use a bonus action to basically lightning bolt it for 46 points of lightning damage.
How big is this sphere?
It's a 20-foot radius sphere. And then she gets a saving throw against the bludgeoning damage.
That sphere is twice that size.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Radius.
20-foot radius, 40-foot diameter.
Okay.
And then as my bonus action, I'm basically I can until it ends, I get a bonus.
What's the saving throw?
The saving throw is a strength saving throw for the bludgeoning damage. And I make a
Rolled a 16 plus 9. That's 25.
she would have made it, so she doesn't take the bludgeoning damage. But the terrain is still difficult terrain for her.
All right.
And then I get the bonus action, of which basically it's a storm sphere, so I basically cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the center of the sphere towards one creature I choose within 60 feet of the sphere. It can be outside of the sphere too, but if the creature's in the sphere, I get advantage on my attack roll. Which would be an 18 plus 10, so 28. Does a 28 hit?
28. 28 hits. What's that? Lightning?
Is it 29? Yes, it's lightning damage. Or 14 points of damage.
All right.
And now for the duration of the spell, I can do that every round as a bonus action.
Inches, wind
Okay.
gusts 30 miles an hour.
So, quick question, guys.
Ouches.
We are at the game time. Do you guys want to go through this battle, or do you want to save it and come back to it next session?
I thought we
I
had
played
more hours
before.
left.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. is when we usually end. At my end, which would be
Well,
another hour.
we've always played for 4 hours.
Actually, we usually played for 5, but
Did we?
Yeah, we used to play from 1 o'clock till 6 o'clock my
Well-
time, and my time changed. So, but
We
it
used to play,
depends. Do you have something you need to do?
I thought we used to play from 12 to 4.
We used to play from 12 to 5,
Oh,
and then
okay.
we get back to 11 to 4.
I'm good.
Your other group ends at 4 hours.
Huh?
I think your other group ends at 4 hours.
Gotcha.
I'm good because I'm still a little scared and excited.
yeah,
I'm good.
All right. Illyria.
Okay. I am casting. Is this creature 60 feet from me first?
Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Yep. She's within 60 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Tom in the group and I'm gonna quietly ask, do you all want me to banish this creature?
That would send it home, wouldn't it?
Because talking's a free action, correct?
Can we sub? It'd be much.
Huh?
It'd be much better to put it back on our side.
Mm-mm.
I can't do anything to do that, but I can banish it.
If it fails.
I mean, it does have advantage on against that fail.
Morin, you would know that Amarylith is one of the higher of the demons. The odds of you, short of a spell, getting her on your side are pretty slim to none.
Right. I would say we're in a fight for our lives. Let's if you think you can, but she is going to be very resistant to anything we try.
I mean, go ahead and try and banish her.
Okay, I'm casting banishment, charisma 17.
I think she might be ugly.
Yeah, she's still got a +10 to that.
Jesus Christ. Roll less than a 7 twice. Damn.
Hey,
Why
it's worth.
twice?
Huh?
Why twice? He said twice.
Because she
she
has
has
advantage.
advantage.
That she has advantage against all magical shit.
That's right. I was thinking of the disadvantage. So that's a 4 and a 7.
I said less than a 7. A 7 passes. Damn it.
Yeah, because mine's 17. Shit. Okay, then, huh?
Why couldn't she roll like that when I did my thing? We can have a demon on our side right now.
All right, I'm going to cast bonus action spiritual weapon. That's my Warhammer. That's in 60-foot range. I'm going to cast that at, what level am I doing this at? I'm casting it at 4th level. And that's a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
That is 17 points of damage. Force damage. And that'll be my turn. Because I don't have anything frickin' else, man.
All right.
I can try next time, but it's probably gonna pass. Shit.
Lauren?
All right. I am going to step forward to right behind. I know she's going to be targeting Tom because of his charm, but I'm going to step up right behind Lo and cast Protection from Evil on Lo.
Okay. What does that do again?
Hold on, let me pull it up. Protection from good and evil. This protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those type, so aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, blah blah blah. The fiend gets it. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. The target also cannot be charmed or possessed by them. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed, you have advantage on any new saving throws.
Okay.
Basically protecting you. And I whisper to you, try to keep her back. And I am going to throw another spiritual hammer as a bonus action at level 4, 60 feet. So, yeah, that's good. And I'm pretty sure 13 misses.
13 misses.
And, oh, you put the grid back up. So what did I use? 5 foot or 10 foot to get there?
You would have used 5 foot. I didn't realize when they made this map, they put it over the grid.
So I am, where's my annotate? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, arrow, not draw. There you go. Right there. And that will end my turn. Oh, and as I pass Tom, I say, I understand her. You have pissed her off.
Very much so.
All right. That's going
And
to
that's
bring up Low.
All right. I holler back at Ao. Is that magic shit you did going to kick my ass when I go in there to kick hers?
If you go into the sphere, you will be in rough terrain and take the bludgeoning damage if you fail safe.
Damn it.
All right, I'm going to advance to the edge of it. And I'm going to hold my attack to where if she comes towards me, gets within range.
All right. Well, you're going to get that opportunity. She can't make it out of there without it and still attack you. So she's going to stay in it, at least for this round.
And it's rough terrain, so her movement's half, maybe.
That's why she can't make it out right now.
Ah.
I
All
think.
right. Yep, that's fine.
Does that mean she moved within range of Andy?
Hold on, I need to verify she can even get as far as she did. Oh yeah, she can get to Andy easy. She would be there. Okay. Andy, take your
Yes.
attack. I'll let you go first.
All right. 19 to hit. Does a 19 hit?
Give me 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
You go to hit her, and one of her arms comes up and bats your weapon away.
Shit. All right.
Damn it! I should have given him a bless instead.
25 to hit.
25 hits. Roll damage.
Damn.
That's
She only gets one. She gets one reaction. Here's the kicker: every turn. It's kind of legendary, kind of not legendary, because she's only got that one thing she can do every turn.
all right. I only have 2 attacks, so that's all I had.
All right. What was the damage from the second one?
Hold on, let me look back. That's going to be 15 points of damage.
She hisses. She's pissed.
Now it's her turn. Let's hope she can.
Actually, that was stupid of me. She's gonna give up her attack because she would not have. Yeah, she would have rushed forward, and then you would have watched as she rushed forward, and you took your attacks. And the reason your second attack hit her was she blinked.
Oh,
And she teleported right behind you.
Ooh.
and that's why the second attack hit.
Yeah, we'll say that. It would have hit regardless. I'm just giving story.
Okay.
Io,
Yes.
I was kind of correcting myself because she probably would have just teleported out of the dangerous area right off the bat. But you went running up towards her being a demon, instead of teleporting right out, she would have rushed towards you. But instead of taking her attacks, she jumped out of the teleported out.
So, now that you said it, did you do that? Did she do that on purpose?
What do you mean?
Put him between the sphere and herself so that if she gets lightning, he gets lightning.
Well, honestly, I wasn't thinking of that. I mean, but maybe you're more in touch with the Marilith than I am. Maybe her intent was to force Andy back into it. Who knows?
Oh no! If he lightning bolts her, he's gonna get low too now.
I'm short. He can send it over my head.
How far can the lightning bolt travel?
Very well. The lightning bolt. It's a lightning strike, like the witch's bolt.
Oh,
It's an attacked. I have to roll to hit with it.
Oh, I thought it wouldn't. Okay.
Well,
So
she might not know exactly what it is. She might think it was a lightning bolt, but it comes from the sphere. Basically, I can control the lightning in the sphere, and every round is a bonus action. I can do 4d6 points of damage.
My question is the lightning contained to the sphere, or can
No,
it out?
strike. If they're in the sphere, I get advantage on the attack. If they're outside the sphere, it can hit anything within 60 feet
Gotcha.
outside of the sphere.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I can still attack her with it. I just don't get advantage anymore now.
He just found a very much cooler witch bolt.
Pretty much. But it's a 4th level spell, so it should be. And I got to attack every round with it. Okay. I have to look at this now. I don't want to cast that because that's a 40-foot cylinder. If Andy wasn't there, that would be nice. Fire probably wouldn't be great.
Hey, come here. Come on.
Light's not good yet.
Right. There we go.
Okay, where the fuck is my
Good.
spell?
Good. Oh.
Horn of Cold.
And I'm just going to throw this out there. I have dumbed this battle down some. Otherwise, a Marilith against you guys would be TPK.
Mm.
And I can honestly say I've never once before now said the words TPK to my party. I'm almost positive I've never said this might be a TPK. This would have been a TPK had I not dumbed her down.
Is she actually in it, or did you just add her?
Added her.
Okay.
Rather replaced her.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
In the party, like if it was a dragon, a good dragon, you know this party would either be dead or whatever, because we would not fight it.
I'm pretty sure a good dragon wouldn't have even fought you.
Hopefully.
But then again, Krull never would have sold you a dragon.
Right.
I mean, that was kind of comical the way that all played out. Quick, pay me now for her. That should have been red alarms and bells going off.
I'm going to do a Ray of Frost on her. Roll attack. 22. 22 hit.
22. "22 would hit, except she raises a sword and bats it away."
She can bat away magic?
Well, I guess she would dodge it. Well, I don't know. No, actually, I'm going to retract that statement. 22 hits. The Marilith must see the attacker, and you're behind her.
So it'd be 2d8 points of damage plus 5 now. That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. 18 points of cold damage. And she is slowed by 10 feet.
All right. That is an interesting question, though. If someone has a parry ability that adds to their armor class, and you're using a 2-hit based spell, how does the parry work in? Because you're attacking with a 2-hit. If it were an instant hit spell.
Well, hold on. How does the parry ability read?
Oh, you're right. I didn't read that far into it. It's against the melee attack.
That's what I was about to say. There's a special feat for parrying missiles.
Yeah.
If you could parry missiles, that would be. I could see her parrying the spell, but.
Yeah, you're right. All right. So she took the damage. You got anything else?
And then I get my bonus attack from the sphere.
Roll the hit.
26.
That hits. Roll your damage.
She takes 11, 20 points of lightning damage.
Oof. You pissed her off.
Great.
She
How much damage have
is
we done to her so far?
quite pissed, huh?
How much damage have we done to her so far?
Well, I just did 15 plus 20 plus what was the other one? 13 plus 18. So I've done close to 50 damage myself.
Gotcha.
Not to mention slowed her down.
I won't lead. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's going to bring up Lulu. So Lulu is going to fly. She would have to go there. Lulu flies there, turns on the Merilith. Actually, because of low, she'd have to get closer. And she is going to use Trumpet of Blasting. 14 Constitution saving.
At least it's not trumpeting the other end.
Yeah. It's going to pass. Half as much. Half of it. All right, that's Lulu's turn.
All right, I'm going to say, for right now, our desires fall in line. If you stand down, then we don't have to fight. Do I get a response from her?
Yeah, she turns and she says, "Are you the new owner?"
I am. I purchased your freedom.
You purchased death.
Well, if that's the way you feel, and I'm going to cast Polymorph on myself to turn into a T-Rex.
Groovy.
Sounds painful.
All right. Tom, you are now a T-Rex.
You have a T-Rex?
Yeah, I mean, I keep one in the basement.
All right. So, what size is a T-Rex?
I think it's huge.
That would be large.
Gargantuan.
Not gargantuan.
That would be huge.
T-Rex 5e. Da-da-da-da. I can't believe that Alex Trebek died.
Yeah, I'm watching every one of his last episodes. I mean, I've always watched Jeopardy every night anyhow, but it's kind of sad knowing that he's dead and I'm watching things he's already recorded. On a side note, I mean, if you watch Jeopardy like me and my mom do every night, we notice there is definitely a change in his voice, a change in his overall demeanor. I mean, he's just not as vibrant. And it started since the announcement of his death. Like, what was it, Friday's game? You just hear it in his voice. He sounds tired.
Right. So, yeah, it is a huge beast.
No, it doesn't say what space it takes up.
Pretty sure I have the size right.
Yeah, huge is 3 by 3 or 15 by 15.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And as I'm doing that, I'm playing as I'm casting Polymorph, I'm playing the Jurassic Park music on my harp.
All right. You are now a giant fucking T-Rex that's going to bring up Valeria.
Okay, I'm gonna move so that she's still 60 feet from me, but so I can see her since I have a big T-Rex in front of me now.
Luckily, we're kind of used to that.
Yeah.
Kind of like a cat because the only thing that you're really seeing is, that pizza flavored combo right in your face.
So where do you want to move, Valeria?
I'm gonna move towards Morn, but I want to make sure she's still 60 feet from me. I just need to be able to see her. Move 1 square to the right, please. There.
You could run.
Yeah, right there. Bonus action first. I'm going to move my spiritual weapon 20 feet towards the thing. So that's going to move. Yeah, I'll move my spiritual weapon towards her. And let me go ahead and try to hit with my spiritual weapon. And then I'll do my action.
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
I moved it 20 feet. It's not in range of her.
Okay. Leave it there. I'm going to try this. I'm going to cast Hold Person. Wisdom saving throw is 17.
Will Hold Person work on a fiend?
No,
It won't.
Monster.
They said a humanoid.
I don't think she's a humanoid. I think she's a fiend.
Even though part of her is human.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily work like that.
Oh, hold
Hold
on.
monster is what you need.
That's not what they appear to be.
Hold on.
Whole person doesn't work on spine devils either, and they're a lot closer to humans than.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get rid of my hold person. I don't think I've successfully used it once.
Yeah, I'll be switching mine out. Next level.
But then, I'll get rid of it and then it'll become useful.
I'm switching it out for mirror image next level. Since that became a bard spell.
No, unfortunately, it has to have the moniker humanoid.
Okay, well then. Oh hell.
If it's a creature, I might rule yes.
Hold monster is like a 7th level spell.
No, it's a 5th.
Well, that's dominate monster.
Well, I have mage spells. I have hold monster from my staff of power as a 5th level spell.
Yeah. No, I was thinking of dominate.
I am dominate. It's a 7th. But
Then it's radiant damage.
4d10 radiant.
That would be.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Dawn, which is a 5th level spell. It's a concentration spell. It's there'll be a 30-foot cone around her.
30-foot pillar?
Yeah, it's a 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder of bright light, which is basically sunlight.
What's the radius?
30-foot radius and 40 feet high.
So yeah, it's gonna catch me in it.
Well, it's sunlight.
It's radiant damage.
Oh, so I will have him in it.
And probably Tom.
Okay, never mind, because that's going to hit both of them.
You don't get to choose who it hits?
No, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha.
All right, never mind, because that'll hit them. Damn it. That doesn't leave me a whole hell of a lot to do.
that's why I can't wait until I get next level and I can get my Meta Magic Careful spell.
All right, instead I'm going to do a Guiding Bolt at 3rd level. That way it doesn't hit anybody. And that's going to be a 28 to hit.
28 hits. Roll damage.
If I can get this to move, there it goes. Guiding Bolt. Oh, can I roll any more ones? 14 radiant damage. And that ends my turn.
All right. Morin.
Okay. I'm going to start off 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So that's my range. I'm going to move to here. I am going to use my bonus action to move my hammer here and make the attack. Attack is 25. Now, question is, can she block or dodge or parry a spiritual hammer?
It makes a melee attack, correct?
Yes.
If it's got the moniker melee, I believe she can parry it.
When you cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack. So yeah, melee. So does a 25 miss with her bonus?
And 25 still hits, I believe.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's got 18 AC and +5 is her parry.
Oh, that is horrible. 2d8 plus 4. I got a total of 8.
Oh, I had to go get my medicine. Hope I didn't miss anything or mess anything up.
Nope.
No.
Okay. And then as my action, I am going to summon my imp as a free action because he can speak. I am going to tell him to sync up with me and turn invisible. So they can deliver touch-based spells next round. Unless he can't turn invisible. I'm not sure about that because it also says they cannot attack on their own. So does the imp also lose all of its attack abilities?
No. Well,
I mean, a bird can attack for 1 hit point of damage. So it says specifically familiars cannot attack on their own.
see, that's where the crux lies in. Isn't there 2 types of find familiars?
There might be a higher level one. I've never looked it up.
I believe there's a higher level one.
No, there's not.
No?
It's no. There is a thing with warlocks
Pack.
where they can have familiars, and their familiars can be imps
Yeah.
or pseudo dragons and things like that.
All right.
So yeah, if you want to stick with what the spell says, he cannot use his attack, but it doesn't say he can't use his defense. So he should be able to be invisible.
So, Druzel, you see, shrink and phase out, and he says, "I'm still here, Master. I'm invisible, and you are invisible."
Did you say I am invisible?
We are both invisible.
Ooh.
Where are you? I cannot see you now.
Ooh. That's nice. Okay, then that ends my turn. I can't summon him and do an action. He is my action.
All right. Lo, you're up.
All right. I guess I'm gonna keep hacking at it. Ah, darn it. Let's get my thing here. I don't know why it's being laggy, but what the hell? All right, there we go. All right. First and foremost, I'm going to bonus action rage. Because she's ignoring me and that's pissing me off. That's going to be a 20 to hit.
20 hits.
That's going to be a 16 points of damage. Second attack, 25 to hit.
25 is going to hit.
Mush. Is she up?
That's 21 points of damage.
Wake her up, please.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3
Wake,
points.
I tried calling her, but
23.
phone's off.
And I'm saving my reaction.
All right.
Okay. Magato. Bye-bye.
All right, you have officially pissed her off, Andy.
There you have it.
Pissing her off in both directions.
I'm good at that.
You
Hey,
see,
welcome to the club, Andy.
you see 6 weapons in motion.
Oh, wonderful.
Luckily, she gets disadvantage on all 6.
Yeah, because I have
Oh, disadvantage.
the protection, whatever.
For me,
Does a 14 hit?
No.
So a 10's definitely not going to hit. Does a 21 hit?
Yes, it does.
But that's at least one repost.
Well, I have 2 so far. I have to do on a mixed melee attack.
That is going to be for 13 points of damage.
And I'm raging, so that's half. So 7.
Yep. And 11 is going to miss.
Okay, let me know when you're done. I'm going to get my repost in at the end of the, I just didn't want to interrupt you.
A 13 is going to miss. A 15 is going to miss, yes.
Okay, so the repost.
And her tail
Okay.
is going to miss.
All right, so the repost is going to be 25 to hit.
That's going to hit.
That's going to be 21 plus my superiority dice. (21, 22, 23, 24, 25 points of damage on the repost. And I need to mark that.
All right. She's hurt. Definitely hurt. That's going to bring up Aya.
Hey-oh.
do I still have line of sight, or is this T-Rex blocking my view of her? I think I'm off to the side enough to see, but
Yeah, she's got about half cover from it.
I would move to the side then. Let me bring up annotation.
Yeah, that should give you full cover. Okay.
Right about there. As I'm gonna basically blast her with another ray of frost. Or 16, 17, 27.
27 hits.
4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 points of damage. Followed by my bonus action. 16, 17, 27.
27 hits.
4, 6, 10, 12 points of lightning damage. And she is once again slowed by 10 feet.
All right. So as the lightning comes out and hits her, you watch as she raises her head back and screams, and black bubbling liquid starts pouring out of her mouth and falling to the ground. And she begins sinking and turning into a bubbling, boiling black mob.
Question is, did she get low at all?
What do you mean?
That's how I got my tail.
We're gonna say no.
You're trying to get me to have a tail, aren't you?
Oh no, there's a lot of different shit. Some of it bad though.
Yeah, some of it's real bad. The
That's
two
what he
heads
said, we
looks
got the
pretty
tail.
cool though.
I got one of the cool ones.
The two heads looks pretty cool.
Oh God, not low with two heads.
Hey, I can hold a conversation
He
with
was fighting
myself.
with himself.
God,
No,
no.
I think
Argument would
you-
never end.
I think you can't be surprised and you have advantage on inspection on investigations, something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
All right, we are out of initiative, folks.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay at T-Rex for a second.
All right.
I mean, I did use the spell.
You hear coming from the stands.
I turn towards the tortoise guy because I'm still right there in front of him. And I believe you said the path we need to take to get to our audience is through that gate.
You would actually have to back up to see over the lip of the.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'd back up then towards the T-Rex.
You can run up on top of me. I won't bite you.
This ain't the Flintstones, motherfucker. You ever see where Fred runs up? Did he run up or did he slide down the dinosaur?
You slid down the dinosaur
We're done. Yep.
after work.
Yeah, so I turn towards the tortoise guy and I say, I believe you said that our path lies through the gate where she came from. Is that correct?
He holds a hand up as if to quiet you. And he turns towards the brass tuba looking thing beside him. He sticks his face in it.
As soon as he starts to talk, I want to let out a loud roar.
You let out a loud roar. Do you turn towards him?
I was already looking at him.
All right. When you let out the loud roar, the dragon jumps and lands on the edge and straightens its neck straight out at you and roars just as loud as you right in your face.
Yeah, a T-Rex is cool and all, but
Not a dragon.
And the turtle takes his face out of there and he says, "If we are done showing our dicks." And he turns back to the tuba and he puts his mouth face in there. And then he puts his ear to it and back his face again. And he says, "I will escort you to Arkin." He looks over at the white dragon and he says, "Oh, give me 1 second. Black, blue, green, red."
Yeah, it is looking better. Yeah, it is.
Ah, there it is.
Really
Oh, actually, that dragon
The birds.
is the only one that's supposed to be about that big. I made him just as small as his counterparts, and he's not. He's a big guy.
I walk up to Allie and whisper to her, "Am I still invisible?"
Allie, you never saw him turn invisible. And when you say that, you hear, stupid meatbag.
And I'm like, what the heck?
If you were an evil alignment, he may have turned you invisible, but you're lawful good asking a lawful evil creature to turn you invisible during a fight.
Well, actually, I told him to turn himself invisible.
I thought you said turn us invisible. So
no, because I didn't think you could do that.
Oh.
He thought he was doing that extra.
Oh, okay. So you watch as the turtle turns from the thing sticking out of the ground, and he walks up, and he puts his hand out, and the white dragon puts his head under the hand, and the turtle kind of strokes the dragon's head. He says, "Oh, Baka, I will bring these people to Ark. Take to the skies and keep watch." And the dragon roars, and you feel the wind as he buffets himself into the air.
Buffett.
And the turtle jumps over the rail. Oh, yeah, he'll make that. And he doesn't look like much of an acrobat, but he lands in a crouching position with one hand on the ground.
Oh, Superman jump.
And he stands up and he says, "Follow me." And he points up at Tom and he says, "You won't fit."
All right. Well, I will drop the spell. But I'm going to continue playing the theme song.
All right.
Just a note for later, out of character, Tom. Can you do a song that gives people minuses to their saving throw?
No.
That sucks.
That would be really cool.
Debuffs would be nice.
Yeah, cutting words doesn't do that, I don't think. Cutting words only does negatives to ability checks and attack rolls.
I wasn't sure if you had the ability to give the opposite of inspiration.
Well, that's what cutting words is.
All right. So
I'm kind of glad you did that, Chris, because I would have later on been walking around thinking that I'm invisible. That could have been detrimental.
Yeah.
Yep. Now you know that your imp will try to do shit like that.
Doing the Scooby-Doo sneak.
So you get over there, and the Marilith had already thrown the grate aside. And he leads you downstairs.
All right. So now that we got through that like that, do you think, what was our survival chances if you hadn't? You still think it would have been a TPK?
Possibly.
Now, if it had ignored the person with protection from evil on,
That could have hurt.
yeah.
It didn't have advantage on saving throws, it would have been our friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but being a greater like that, how many times would it have failed that save?
Well, it would have had a disadvantage on it, and it would have failed. And it lasts for 30 days, so it's not like I have to worry about it all the time.
All right. I have saved the map.
Yay.
There we go.
You took down a Maryland.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Allie kind of ruined my plans. I was going to teleport the Marilith over to the casters. And because of her hitbox being as big as it was, she could have dropped 3 of you in one fail swoop. But no, y'all had to split up.
Yep.
Tactics of a mage. Split off from the party so you don't get. I know what area of effects can do. Tom, I wanted to give you the offer. If you trust me to give me your password and give me a screenshot of your character, I can update D&D Beyond for you.
I'm not sure if you can update his character if it's on my profile or not.
Well, I would just log out of mine and log into his. That's why I said he'd have to trust me to have his account.
Yeah. I guess you probably could.
But I could update it for him so that he doesn't have to do it, and it gives you something to work on when we're not online.
Yeah, I mean, I go through your guys' stuff just to see what equipment you're holding, you know, what your hit points are, what your... I update I keep a little card with all your stuff. And I normally do that out of game. I'm not going to bog down a game saying, hey, what's everyone's armor class? What's everyone's, you know?
Well, everybody's stuff changed since we just leveled up with a increase to our proficiency bonus as well.
Yep.
Level 9 was a big one. Level 10 is probably a big one for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Well, level 10, I'll be a level 2 mage.
Level 10, I'll get my careful spell, so I'll be able to do these area effect things and not hit everybody.
I get my magical secrets, my level 10 magical secrets. I get to use any 2 spells from any discipline.